very empty.
They are pushing us to
Yeah,
start.
I saw that.
Channel 1 has some easy listening music.
The presentation you have in PowerPoint.
No.
But I just put you.
Sorry. Which channel?
Five.
Do you need the remote?
No, that Fabio, do you need the remote?
Thank you.
Okay. It's okay. People online can hear
What?
us. People online.
People on-
Okay. So there is an online question. An online moderator needs to intervene. How do I know?
You should be in the meeting as well, so you can
No,
talk to
I'm
them.
not. Okay.
Do you have the website? If you go to
No, I don't. I'm not connected. Okay. I'll just.
Ja, stemmer. Du må også fikse noe så kan snakke med den moderator.
You have a message?
It's 20. Okay.
This one saves a week. Where's the Zoom link?
Do you
It's
have
in
the
shed.
Zoom link?
I do, but
Can you send it to me? You don't have. Do you have? You will send it to me now. Apparently they can hear. Okay, my colleague sent me the link. And apparently they can hear me now. So Camilla heard me.
Is it channel 1 or is it? What?
Okay. Good morning, everyone, online and here in the room. Thank you so much for joining. You need to put a headset to be able to follow us. Please, everyone, could you use the headset? Otherwise, you won't be able to hear us. And those in the room, you should select channel number 5. apologies to the colleagues online. We'll wait for the audience here to put on their headset. Okay, so it's channel number 5. So thank you so much again for joining us early in the morning online and here in the room. We're very pleased to host you in this session focusing on the role of ROMEX, and we'll go on telling you a bit more what ROMEX stands for and its role in measuring the WSIS implementation, the action lines, ahead of the WSIS plus 20 review. I'm very pleased to introduce you an excellent lineup of speakers here with me. And everything okay? Yes? Okay, sorry. We're joined today in the panel by Dr. Taufik Jelassi, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO for Communication and Information, who will deliver opening remark, the keynote. And I think without any further ado, I'll give the floor to Dr. Jelassi, and then we'll go into the discussion and I'll introduce my panel. Thank you so much, ADG, for being here, and please, we very much look forward to your keynote remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatevik. Dear panelists, participants, friends and colleagues, I am very pleased to join you for this session on ROMEX, driving WSIS implementation and digital cooperation. I would like to thank IGF for their support to UNESCO and for providing this opportunity for us to have an exchange on this topic. I'm also grateful to our speakers, Fabio, Henriette, Dorcas, and Chris, who will be shortly introduced by the moderator. Their expertise and commitment have been instrumental in advancing the UNESCO work on Internet universality. As the WSIS Plus 20 review is underway, we are reminded that digital technologies are evolving faster than the frameworks that are designed to govern them. And yet, 2.6 billion people remain offline as of today, most of them in the least developed regions. In low-income countries, only 27% of the population uses the internet, compared to 93% in high-income countries. The cost of access, the lack of infrastructure, the entrenched inequalities, including gender gaps, continue to hinder digital inclusion. UNESCO has been advocating for a rights-based, human-centered, and inclusive vision for the digital age. This framework gives emphasis to openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder governance, and capacity building. To ensure that this vision is not only aspirational but actionable, we need the right tools to identify gaps, guide reforms, and measure progress. And this is where the ROMEX framework comes in. Since its initial launch back in 2018, and with the second generation indicators, which we released last year, the ROMEX has become a strategic enabler for national digital assessments. It supports evidence-based policy making by helping countries assess their digital ecosystems through the lens of the ROMEX principles. Those who are not familiar with it, let me briefly remind you the elements of the ROMEX are standing for human rights, O for openness, A for accessibility, and M for multi-stakeholder participation, and the X refers to cross-cutting issues such as sustainability, gender equality, and online safety. The revised indicators include the new dimensions such as AI governance, environmental impact, privacy, and meaningful connectivity, aligning the framework with the global milestones such as the Net Mondial Plus 10 and the Global Digital Compact. So far, more than 40 countries have applied the ROMX framework. In Argentina, as an example, the National Digital Assessment informed a legislation to reform data protection laws. In Paraguay, the National Statistics Office began collecting disaggregated digital data. A ROMX capacity building workshop took place in Fiji earlier this year and has inspired digital policy planning involving national stakeholders. Countries like Brazil and Uzbekistan have begun the pilot implementation of our second generation indicators. These outcomes are not isolated. They reflect a growing recognition that data-driven inclusive governance is critical for the digital age. However, the digital divide continues to persist, especially for women and girls who remain underrepresented online and in digital policy making. The revised ROMX indicators maintain a strong emphasis on gender inclusion, digital literacy, affordability, cultural norms, and safety concerns. This brings me to our call to action. We urge governments, regulators, civil society, and all stakeholders to embrace the ROMX as a strategic tool to drive digital transformation. It offers a robust, adaptable, and forward-looking methodology to monitor WISES implementation, align with the SDG targets, and ensure a digital development that is transparent, equitable, and accountable. As the historian Melvin Kranzberg reminded us, technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. End of quote. The impact of technology is shaped by human intent, by the choices we make, the values that we want to protect, and the systems we design. Let's develop, use, and govern technology in ways that promote shared progress. Let's put people, rights, and equity at the center of our digital future. We believe that with the ROMX, we have the means to achieve that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, JDG, and thank you for setting the stage and giving a comprehensive overview of what ROMX stands for and giving a few examples of how we demonstrated its value and power. And now I'll go, and thank you so much again for being here. I know you won't be able to stay till the end, but we very much appreciate and value your presence. As you gave the overview of the ROMX, just to also mention that in addition to demonstrating the value of ROMX and showcasing a few examples, including how it has been introduced now in Brazil and Uzbekistan, the revised indicators, the session will also focus on demonstrating the relevance of ROMX in a framework in assessing the progress on WISES commitments and the SDGs. And I'll go forward and introduce my speakers in the speaking order, but not in the sitting order. Fabio Sene, who is a project coordinator at the Regional Center of Studies on Information and Communication Technologies, CETIC.br, which is also a UNESCO Category 2 institute. Fabio has been involved in, of course, the initial IUI framework development. Brazil was the one who piloted the first assessment, and the first one to pilot the new revised indicators, which we launched in 2024 last year at the IGF. I have Elliot Esther Heisen, who is a human rights defender and computer networking pioneer from South Africa. She's a pioneer in using, everyone knows Elliot, in internet and communication technologies. She's a former chair of the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF. She used to be the executive director of the Association for Progressive Communications, and she still continues work with the APC and with many other entities, and including with UNESCO, and she's been instrumental in both development of the initial indicators, the revision, and also the implementation of the workshop in Fiji. Online, we are joined Dorcas Mutoni, who is the founder and chief executive officer of Open World, a specialist computer software company she established in Kenya when she was only 24 years old. And finally, I have Chris Buckridge to my right, who is an independent consultant, analyst, and commentator in the internet governance and digital policy space. He worked for more than 2 decades with regional internet registrars, starting with APNIC. He's a current MAG member, and he has many other roles, which I will not read out. And I am joined also online by 2 of my colleagues, Davide Storti, a program specialist at UNESCO for digital policies and transformation. Davide is coordinating our activities related to WSIS, and I'm also joined by my colleague Camila Gonzalez, who also works on ROMEX initiative. So thank you again. And I would like to start by giving the floor to my colleague Davide Storti, who would just give a little bit of more overview on this interaction of ROMEX and WSIS, and how the idea came about using the ROMEX to measure the WSIS implementation. Please, Davide.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Tadevik. Yes, so as ADG Jalassi has mentioned, the technology goes super fast, and UNESCO has highlighted already a number of occasions the different shifts that happened in technology and any society. Therefore, when we're considering the WSIS as a process and the action lines that are laying down the foundational aspiration of the WSIS process, like access, inclusion, rights. The ROMIX indicators translate these ideals into measurable outcomes. Are one of these tools, and the connection between the WSIS plus 20 and the different challenges brought up by these shifts are through the lenses of the IUI indicators are the possibility of measuring the advancement of digital technologies like the artificial intelligence, the impact of digitalization, the status of indicators like gender equality or rights online of population, and also have a measurement of data protection, trust in the media, and misinformation, for example. So this framework may actually help or support the measurement of how WSIS plus 20, the WSIS framework, which is based on principles, how this evolves, how this is anchored to the reality by allowing to catalyze some evidence-based results, and also collaboration among the different stakeholders of the WSIS process. It provides, I should say, a common language for different stakeholders, a country-to-country reporting, also analysis, also way of comparison to highlight the different position evolutions. As was mentioned, a lot of big chunk of population is not online yet, so there are different aspects to be taken into account, and also give inputs to dialogues like the IGF through national and regional analysis of the progress. and give some sort of diagnostic for guiding different investments by country or different needs assessment and also needs in terms of policies and regulations, etc. So in the different action lines of the WISIS, the ROMIX provides some grounds for tracking participatory and transparent digital policy making, for example, or how to examine the connectivity and how affordability comes through and how digital skills come through maybe giving some granular ways to measure online safety, data protection, strategy for even cybersecurity, etc. So there is it's an opportunity to have a framework which has already some measurement, which has already been applied in different countries, and the new revision also helps us also to be more precise in this kind of measurement. So if you use it properly, and I think the panel today will give this the different point of view on this matter. I think the enabling of national evidence, national level evidence of the ROMIX applied to different countries may give a better view of what is the global impact of the WISIS framework overall, and also guide through the review, also the findings of the indicators so find in different countries. It may provide also some grounds for the review itself and for the future of the WISIS, that as the review will come up with that. Yeah, so I think I look forward for this discussion, and I invite all the IGF stakeholders to consider the IUI framework as one significant basis for the process of the WISIS as it comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Davide, for your excellent intervention and for your call to indeed adopt, also approach ROMEX under this lens. I think before I give the floor to Fabio, who will talk now focus on the application of ROMEX and give a few examples and show us the first impressive actually findings of the implementation of the revised indicators, which looks like this. And Fabio, bravo indeed that you had such already progress since the launch of the indicators. I wanted to acknowledge the presence of Guy Berger, who is sitting in the audience, who is the father of the original ROMEX indicators. Thank you so much, Guy, for being here, and I hope we can hear from you afterwards. But now, Fabio, please just tell us a bit more about the ROMEX in Brazil and the new application, and how do you think it was effective, the new revised indicators, and how were they perhaps a bit different from the first experience? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Tatevik. Thank you. Acknowledge all the speakers and panelists. It's a very pleasure to be here. And CETIC.br, NIC.br, and CGI.br is in the very beginning of the process of the ROMEX, also the creation of the framework and also the implementation. As you said, Brazil was the first country to pilot this framework back in 2018, and now we accepted the challenge that Mr. Gelassi presented us back in December in the past IGF to renew the data collection on Brazil on the new second generation version of the indicators. And we accepted this challenge and concluded the data collection phase of the project. I will bring here some initial results, but of course it will go through a multi-stakeholder validation and we don't have the full report yet, but I'll bring to you a few main results. Just to mention, as I said, that Brazil was involved in the discussion of the framework, along with lots of consultations on a multi-stakeholder community. And back in 2019, we launched the first assessment report of the country in the IGF 2019 in Berlin. And then along this process, we also supported other countries, especially Latin American countries, to also implement this methodology. So we had lots of exchange during this period. And from 2023 to 24, we also supported UNESCO in the revision of the indicators, the 5 years revision that was expected to be concluded by UNESCO. And now we are presenting, we are implementing the next version. Here, just to highlight a few preliminary findings of the discussions. First of all, if you take the case of Brazil, and this is important to say that in our case, CETIC.br and NIC.br are responsible for data collection, and to deal with the technical team that are collecting all the indicators from multiple sources. But we have a multi-stakeholder advisory committee with the CGI.br, which is helping us and supporting us as advising the whole process. We have a first meeting of CGI that validated the start of the process, and now after the data collection, we will have validation from the CGI. But if you take if you can say a few advancements and challenges that we have so far. So in the past years, Brazil has seen an intensification in public institutional debate on platform regulation and information integrity, as David mentioned here, is also a WSIS plus 20 topic, and driven by the growing impact of disinformation, hate speech, and how this affects the democratic processes. And discussion has focused on the responsibility of digital platforms in moderating harmful content and protecting users' rights, especially in the light of judicial interventions that took care in the country, especially in the electoral bodies. However, we don't have yet, there's a lack of consensus on how to approve a specific legislation in the topic, and the debate is still fragmented in different political interests. And while there's a legal framework in place in the country, anchored by the Marco Civil, the Internet, and the LGPD, which is our local GDPR, the enforcement of this process is still uneven, and there's still critical gaps persistent. If you take the openness dimension, it's very interesting because over this past 5 years, we have a huge advances in the provision of digital public services, and also with this dimension of DPIs. So, for instance, we have at the platform gov.br in Brazil nowadays offer 4,500 services online with more than 160 million users. And these initiatives supported administrative processes and increase access to public information and a more participatory government. However, these gains are not equally distributed, so there is still significant inequalities in access to these digital online services, especially among population with low digital literacy, limited connectivity, or disabilities. So there are usability challenges in compliance of these many governmental platforms, And the benefit of this digital transformation are uneven and are still reinforcing digital inequalities. In terms of access, we can also see huge increases in the connectivity and spending a very basic connectivity. So you have 83% of households now connected to the internet, and significant investments in bridging coverage gaps in the country in this period. However, and also the concept of universal and meaningful connectivity has entered in the national policy conversation and debate, and being addressed in several strategic plans that are under discussion. But there's a growing recognition that we have challenges. So connectivity remained unevenly distributed, with rural access and lower income groups, especially low income classes, facing disadvantages. Gender and racial disparities are also relevant. So we show in the report, for instance, that Black women presents lower level of meaningful connectivities over time, and those are exacerbated by digital skill gaps and a mobile-only access to this strata of the population. So there's a need to an equity-driven strategies that address these overlapping dimensions. In the case of multi-stakeholder participation, Brazil has a legal and institutional architecture that provides a solid foundation for multi-stakeholder participation through the Marco Civil da Internet and the institutional role of CGI.br, which embodies the principles of collaborative, democratic, and transparency governance. This model is internationally recognized and has supported inclusive dialogue, such as the Brazilian IGF that is coordinated by CGI.br. However, if we take broader digital policies, processes remain multi-stakeholder participation remain inconsistent in many ministries and regulatory environments. The inclusion of the stakeholders are still fragmented in terms of participation. And finally, to conclude, if you take the cross-cutting issues, one of the new indicators that was included in the framework is related to AI developments and governance. So you can say that Brazil advanced in AI governance in the past few years with the launch of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy and then the National AI Plan. However, the governance framework for AI is still in progress, with a national law under discussion in the Congress. In crucial aspects such as transparency, risk assessment, and rights-based safeguards are still unsolved, and also multi-stakeholder engagement when it comes to AI. And if you take one new indicators that is environmental issues, this is one that we saw largely overlooked in digital policy so far. So there is still issues such as energy consumption, e-waste, and emissions are not yet well integrated into the governance framework. So this is a challenge that we identified by having this new indicator proposed. So just this few overall remarks, just to say that we are now we are presenting here this preliminary results. We will enter now in a phases of validation in our multi-stakeholder discussion, and plan to by September October launch the final report. So that's it, and you can later discuss more on the implications of this. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Fabio, for presenting the findings, and it's very interesting to observe both the progress and also the issues that persist, and it's also interesting to see the application of these newly introduced indicators. I look forward to reading the report. I would like to now give the floor to Andiet. And Andiet, I would like you to please focus on Fiji. This year, for the first time ever, we introduced, piloted a new intervention in the margins of the ROMEX framework, following the assessment. We piloted this capacity building workshop to support the multi-stakeholder advisory board, but also the global. Not global, but the stakeholders, wider community in Fiji to implement the recommendations, focusing on basically digital policy making, policy implementation, capacity building, and having ROMEX assessment as basis and evidence for that. Andiet, would you please focus on that?
Thank you, Tatevik. Well, yes, it was a really interesting experience. So what we did was that Fiji, a relatively small country, had recently approved a national digital strategy. And they'd completed a national assessment using the ROMEX framework. So we tried to bring these together. I mean, and the first thing, I mean, your question that you had in the script was, you know, what do you, and I want to stress, I mean, I'm glad you're not asking me all the questions because I prefer ad-libbing, but there was one question that you asked me, which I think is important, which is what should countries do to, when they're implementing digital strategies at a high level, what should they do? And I really think the answer for us was clearly consultation, collaboration, and connections. And what was, I think, the most powerful learning of this workshop, which was a policy implementation workshop, how you can use the ROMEX framework to support implementation of the national digital strategy, was that even after about an 8-month period of the people developing the national digital strategy, believing that they've consulted thoroughly 2/3 of the government departments, and we must have had about 8 different ministries, did not know about the national digital strategy. So there was this disconnect between the people who developed the strategy, who were convinced that their consultation process was perfect, and the people in the government departments who have to implement the strategy who'd never heard of it. And I think that's one thing you can never underestimate, the complexity of different parts of government. We're not even talking about multi-stakeholder collaboration here. We're talking about intergovernmental collaboration, about the complexity in them actually working together, collaborating, understanding who's doing what, and how they can make the connections between the different issues. I think for us as the team coming from UNESCO and people who'd been involved in the Fiji national assessment, I think we had a really powerful discovery. And that is that the ROMEX framework is not just suited to assessing a national internet environment. It actually works extremely well in assessing a strategy. Before it's being implemented, it could work as well as a planning tool and assessing a design of a strategy or design of implementation, and equally at the level of monitoring and evaluation. So in fact, what we found is that the ROMEX framework is suited to the full life cycle of policy development and implementation, from design to monitoring, learning, and evaluation. And I think sometimes we forget, people always talk about the indicators, but they forget that the indicators actually are there to help you answer the primary modality of the framework, which are questions. And I'm going to give you an example. So, for example, in theme F of the framework on social, economic, and cultural rights, which is in category R, the rights, the R of the ROAMX, the first question is, does the national strategy for digital development address economic, social, and cultural aspects of digital rights? And then there are indicators. One of the indicators is evidence of inclusion. Now, you can apply this question as easily to a policy instrument as you can apply it to the national internet context. And I think that's what we found extremely useful. And I think we also learned that in spite of their best efforts to develop this national digital strategy, it tended to be very sort of supply driven. It focused a lot on infrastructure, on planning. It did not focus on rights at all. It overlooked rights. It might have had an emphasis on data protection, but I think aside from that, there wasn't very much. It didn't explicitly address multi-stakeholder, even though it used the term multi-stakeholder. Openness was treated in a very narrow way. And when it comes to gender, there was virtually no content on gender. Some emphasis on girls and capacity building for women and girls. So I think that was the other learning, that even though people who develop these digital strategies are doing it to the best of their ability, and they try and be as inclusive as possible, they tend to overlook ROAMX. And I think that's the other thing that we found. There was a complementarity. There was a lens that was provided by the ROAMX framework, which really filled the gaps and connected the dots. You know, ROAMX actually started at a conference called Connecting the Dots. And I think it still plays that role to connect the dots between initiatives aimed at building digital literacy, building access to infrastructure. And then I think, Tadevik, the final thing I can share, and maybe we can come back to it, although our time is not that much left, is that what we found is that whereas the ROMX and the principles endure, I think they're very future-proof. The concept of internet universality was not future-proof. In fact, that people don't really understand, because they do have internet access. They might not have meaningful internet access, or they might not have equal internet access. But I think people found that concept of internet universality difficult to relate to. But they did not find the principles of rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder, and the issues covered under cross-cutting difficult to relate to. They even found the concept of an internet governance forum difficult to understand. We tried to propose the idea of a national internet governance forum as a way of building more collaboration around the implementation of the national digital strategy. But when they hear the words internet governance forum, it doesn't convey to them the idea that it is a forum that actually involves all aspects of digital cooperation and governance. And to me, that was a real revelation. So very useful, and I personally think that we have adaptability and utility in the ROAMX framework and principles that we're only just beginning to discover.
Thanks so much, Aliette, for these insights. And actually, I know we're behind the time, and as you spoke about the and I know you need to leave early, so I hope Chris and Dorcas online will forgive me if I ask you a follow-up question, mindful that you also need to leave early. Speaking of adaptability and looking ahead to WSIS Plus 20 and the GDC, how do you think, could you elaborate on the idea of how ROAMX can help ensure that the next phase of the global digital cooperation is more inclusive and grounded in human rights and equity, especially in the global south?
I mean, I think in a way I've answered that already. I think we need to use the framework not just to do these periodic national assessments. I think that's very powerful. It works very well in a country like Brazil, where you do have an institution like NIC.br, like CETIC, you have the CGI, the Brazil Internet Steering Group. Because you can come back and you can reflect and you can fill gaps. But I think it also works well as a planning tool and assessing strategies and the implementation of that strategies. And I think it can also be used at a monitoring and evaluation level, and not just necessarily at a national level. I think that's the other thing. Sometimes you might find in a context that there is a lot of investment, for example, in digital equality and inclusion in your educational sector. You might have a very proactive Department of Education. You have collaboration with the private sector, with civil society, working on learning, and maybe not just on lifelong learning, not just at school level. And I think you can very easily then use the framework in that particular sector. You don't necessarily need the resources to conduct a fully fledged national assessment.
Thanks so much, Aliette, for those thoughts. I will now turn to our own next speaker who is online, Dr. Dorcas Mutoni. I would like to invite you, Dorcas, to speak about a little bit about your experience as you had a direct impact on digital transformation in Africa through your work. So would you please highlight some of the biggest implementation challenges that you had in turning these policies and strategies, since we've been also talking about the strategies, into results on the ground?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that question, and also the opportunity to just contribute to this panel. I just want to speak around specifically, digital transformation across gender spaces, or the gender digital divide, as well as the small business sectors. And because this is something that I've worked on a lot in the recent past. And let me just say that one of the areas that we have found very, very challenging is just, for example, coming to gender. We want to assess and find out, is there any sex disaggregated data that's available for us to do the analysis in terms of how to understand, how is the penetration, for example? How is access? How are social norms affecting, adoption and inclusivity in terms of digital transformation? And what are the disparities in terms of technology adoption? And the truth of the matter is, there's hardly any data. This is very challenging, because then it means that this is one area that we are not really proactive in assessing. And I think now this would again also really impact national strategies. When you go to small businesses, there's a lot of uptake of technology, especially mobile driven access, which tends to have a very strong social aspect. But we want to assess productive use of this internet to impact these businesses. And what you find is that you then struggle to find, data that you can rely on. And so what I find really outstanding about this ROMEX framework is that I think if we encourage a lot more national assessments, but also apart from national assessments, sometimes can, take time, because, you need to convince policymakers. You may not have a well-housed, government department that's keen on pursuing this kind of research, based on other priorities. Encourage other stakeholders to really take up these and help us access data that can allow us to have some baselines, some, points of reflection, and also encourage people to use that to take on certain actions that begin to change the trajectory. Because I know we are all very excited about many emerging technologies, but what you find is that there's a lot of people who only hear, but they cannot really be part of the productive elements of how these technologies help. And I think particularly when it comes to the gender digital divide, one of the things we found very challenging is how do we get women in leadership? Because we want women to come in as users, we want them to embrace technology, but when they're in the technical areas, how do we encourage them to go all the way up into leadership roles, into policy and decision-making roles? And how do we support, with reference to data again, how do we support their growth to that level? Because then they form the role models that will inspire other young generations. And for some reason, you find that a lot of women who succeed then want to go back and do something because they have had very lonely career journey. So that's one of the things that I found. Lack of really data that allows us to assess from these kind of perspectives is really one of the biggest gaps. Then when we think about ROMEX, we're working on something in one of my organizations called AFTIC, where we really support women growing in the technology field and pursuing their careers. And we are very interested in, gender equality, and we want to see, the women, take these opportunities. And so I found that the ROMEX framework is really a good element. I would really love to hear more about non-government implementations of assessments or processes, because this is very, very, very interesting to my organization in the sense that, we are working on, some, and monitoring and evaluation and learning framework on some women in a leadership program. And we want to find out, how can we use these kinds of frameworks that have been, worked on from different parts of the world and with a lot of, research into it, and we see how this can inform part of the initiatives that we take. And the other thing that's important, again, there's been a very big growth in terms of, interest in entrepreneurship. A lot of startups, all over the continent, a lot of, developers going into this space, a lot of interest even from, right from the university, people wanting to get into this space. And I think the question is, again, we need to find out how is this actually impacting the growth of really productive technologies that are locally responsive in our continent. And I think this is one of the things that would need to assess, and if we have, a reference, a baseline, then this would really be adequate to help people who take initiatives to, support the reduction of the digital divide, whether it's gender or generally, the participation from a highly productive level in terms of software development, whether it's in open source communities or otherwise, the growth of high scaling startups in the continent. This could actually, help inform governments who maybe take the initiative to take on these kinds of assessment, but also researchers who just want to establish, what's going on from different parts of the economy, across the continent. Because again, we are a very diverse continent, very different countries, very different levels. But the only thing that we cannot deny is that we all want to be, completely digitally enabled economies. And the question is, where does everybody stand, and what should you really be focusing on to increase access, to increase inclusivity, to encourage a lot of stakeholders to participate, and also just have, a bit more use, a bit of, a lens that is less, control based to more of catalyzing the growth of these sectors. We really don't want to have the bias where, fear is a big component of how new technologies impact our economies, but we want to see this take on from the powering of these economies and supporting a lot of communities that have really been, on the periphery, women, young people, and the initiatives that might need to go, for example, to the education systems to really change how we prepare students for future careers, or to be, players in ways that they look at how do we digitally enable economies based on, which aspect of the industries they sit. So from where I sit, I found that, the ROMEX framework is really a really good way to uh, assess that. I know we have a national strategy, for example. We have had that in Kenya for a while, where I live. But I know that it would be very beneficial if we had a chance to interrogate these parameters in terms of what progress are we making and how many steps are we moving forward versus how many steps do we move backwards, every time we feel challenged by the advancements of technology. So these are some of the comments that I would be able to share at this point, and I'm happy to stay in and take any questions that come through later.
Thanks so much for your valuable inputs, Dorcas. And indeed, you mentioned data gaps, which is a major issue across all the countries where we've implemented the ROMEX. And what we tend to do is turn these gaps into policy recommendations and indeed encourage the data gathering and also its availability. And I'm very actually pleased that Kenya was one of the first countries, along with Brazil as well, to implement the ROMEX indicators and also to do the first follow-up assessment to measure the progress they've made. Now I'd like to give the floor to Chris and ask you, Chris, to please speak. You have a really long-standing engagement with the internet government processes. Based on your experience, could you please elaborate on how do you see ROMEX contributing to more concrete, measurable follow-up on WSIS commitments? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tatovic, very much for having me here. I feel quite inexpert, really, in comparison to many of my other speakers here today, who've been far more involved in development of the ROMEX principles, in implementation of the assessments. My own experience of it has been a little bit more piecemeal, sort of watching and observing the development of this, dipping in occasionally in events such as this. And most recently, that was in an event at Eurodig, which is the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, a national, one of the national and regional initiatives in the internet governance space. And I think, you know, it's very fitting in ways that this first session we have today of the IGF 2025, even if it's perhaps meant a few less people in the room, it's a good opportunity and a time for us to consider the ROMEX principles, consider this project and how it fits into the broader internet governance space, because I think it is a really important a practical development here. And I mean, I'm going back to some comments or a phrase that Mr. Jalassi used in his comments at the beginning, data-driven inclusive governance. I think this year, as we're heading into the WSIS Plus 20, as we're very focused on how internet governance, how digital governance is evolving, that idea of data-driven inclusive governance is really important, because those two concepts are very mutually supporting of each other. Data-driven, it cannot be comprehensive unless it's inclusive, unless it's drawing in all aspects of the community. But at the same time, inclusive governance can't be effective, can't be practical unless it is data-driven, unless it's grounded in the kind of practical knowledge and awareness that a ROMEX assessment can provide. So I think the ROMEX principles, as we look to the evolution of internet governance, as we look to making, you know, practical, output-focused implementations of internet governance, this is a really important example that can be leveraged and can be developed and utilized by the whole community. I think in that sense, what I would sort of see as an important discussion in the context of the Internet Governance Forum, in the context of its wider network of NRIs, national and regional internet initiatives, is how these two, how that can all work together, how it can be complementary. I think the examples that Fabio spoke of in Brazil are really important, that sort of utilization of nic.br, CGI.br as a multi-stakeholder element of the assessment process. The ROMEX assessment process always includes that multi-stakeholder advisory committee. And many countries won't have that situation that Brazil very luckily had of having a pre-existing institution that could serve that function. But I think that in itself is a real opportunity, because we can see, you know, there are two possibilities here. There is the possibility of a ROMEX assessment being initiated and actually using or working closely with an existing national or regional initiative to provide and foster that multi-stakeholder input. But on the other hand, if there is not a pre-existing national or regional initiative, a Romex assessment and its multi-stakeholder advisory committee could be a really useful catalyst for developing that kind of sustainable, ongoing multi-stakeholder engagement by the community. And that's going back to a bit what Henriette was saying. Both Romex assessment can be a one-off or can be a recurring tool, but it can also be sort of a method for generating and fostering sustainable multi-stakeholder engagement in these digital governance processes, in these digital governance understanding and development. So I think the opportunities for complementarity between Romex and everything else that is developing and going on in the internet governance space is really important, and I think it's one reason why it's so good to be talking about it here at the Internet Governance Forum.
Thanks so much, Chris, and thank you so much for pointing out to national collaboration and work with national and regional initiatives, IGFs, and we indeed call on the national and regional initiatives, and we stand ready to work with them to advance and to unroll the assessments of Romex at their local context. I think, mindful of time, I wanted now to open the floor to the audience, both online and in the room. If you have any questions to any of the panelists, any reactions or feedback, I would be very interested to hear from Guy Berger as the father of the Romex, as I mentioned. I would be delighted if you could start the interventions from the audience, please.
I think they have to go to the mic.
You have to go to the mic.
Thank you. Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes, you can hear.
Speak. We can hear you. It's
Just
okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation, and wonderful to see this system evolving and being the subject of a panel like this. So it just struck me that for some people in the dazzle of AI, they may think that the term internet universality is quaint and old-fashioned. But actually, of course, we would not have AI, we would not have data in AI if we did not have connectivity. And the important thing, I think, about this term internet universality is it sensitizes us, as was said, that many people don't have connectivity, and that impoverishes everybody. But second of all, that connectivity is about not just people having access to content and services, but people having access to produce content and services. And so if we really want to see a world with many more alternatives to the big digital players, if we want to see much more content in local languages, then we've got to put this emphasis on internet universality, because it is the foundation for everything else that's happening in the digital world. And so I think that this tool, these internet universality indicators, RomeX, is a really valuable way for a country to take stock of where the gaps are in terms of actually enabling their society as a whole to have equitable opportunities to become producers and creators in the digital economy, and to contribute to the global tech stack. And at the moment, we don't have that. We've got too many big dominant players and much too little participation reflecting the ground-up possibilities that humanity could have from these technologies. So I really commend these indicators as a way to produce an evidence base for progress that can really unleash a lot more participation, because if we don't have universality of the internet, all this other stuff is just going to be of limited benefit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guy. Would you like to react, please?
Yes, I would like to follow up on what Guy Berger just said. Guy just mentioned the importance of having digital infrastructure and connectivity in order to create content and services. And I would like to add a third pillar, if I may, which is the digital literacy, which is the capacity building and the capacity development for people to leverage the digital infrastructure towards creating content and services. I think these are three what I would call critical success factors to ensure this internet universality and meaningful connectivity. And here I want to refer to an international conference that UNESCO organized a couple of weeks ago, which is on capacity building in the fields of AI and digital transformation for the public sector. So again, the emphasis on the capacity building, because our studies, our surveys show that in order to bridge the gap, we need really to have this wide capacity building, digital literacy in this new digital age and AI era. Otherwise, people cannot be we cannot have this inclusive information society or this inclusivity that was mentioned earlier. So I think the digital skills and capacity building is a third key pillar. I wanted to add to what Guy rightly said. Thank you.
Thanks so much, ADG. Annette, did you want to react, or do we take
if there's another question, I'd rather take the other question. Otherwise, I'll react.
Any questions in the audience?
I think this.
No? Any questions online? I don't see any. Annette, you can go ahead, please.
So my reaction then is really just, I think, Guy, the concept of internet universality is just, as I said, I think digital inclusion is a more meaningful concept for people. I think internet universality is just harder for people to relate to. So that's just a reflection. But I agree with everything else you've said. And then in response to what Taufik said about digital literacy, I think the capacity development is absolutely essential. But I think here the Romex framework is actually quite useful to assess how digital literacy programs are designed, developed, and implemented. Because so many digital literacy programs are vendor-driven or actually just teach people how to use their devices. They're not linked with rights education, civic education, as it's called. It's not really enabling people to fully understand the complexity of the social media environment. And I think just even just using the Romex frameworks, diversity, gender issues, to assess a digital literacy program is going to produce a digital literacy program. So just you're absolutely right, but we have to also be realistic about the fact that so many digital literacy programs are themselves not connecting the dots.
Good.
Thanks so much, Annette. Are there any further comments or questions, whether online or in the room? I don't see any. So thank you so much. I would then now like to give 1 minute to each panelist to give their final reflections, anything you wanted to say. We'll start from Fabio. Please, Fabio.
Thank you, Tatavik. Well, no, just to stress a few more practical results that we can see in this process. I think one of them is that multi-stakeholder engagement is not good in terms of the process itself, but also in terms of the quality of the data you can gather. So this is something very interesting that we saw in this last implementation of the model. Many sources of information coming from the civil society, from the private sector, that are more or less hidden in official documentation. So this is very key for the process. And a second thing that it was already mentioned is the need for data disaggregation and to really understanding the topic. So, for instance, in gender gaps in Brazil, if you take just the main picture of access, basic access, you don't see huge gaps in terms of access. But when it goes to meaningful connectivity in a deeper analysis, you can see very huge gaps. So breaking the data and the indicators into more disaggregation. I think this is something that ROMEX indicators can do for really not just giving a ranking or who is better and which country is better, but also to give a roadmap for action. I think this is the main characteristics of ROMEX indicators. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Fabio, and thank you for pointing out the issue of the ranking. I think what countries have been valuing a lot is that ROMEX indeed doesn't do any ranking or comparison, and it's a fully voluntary assessment aimed at guiding and helping the countries. So this is something very important to point out, which has been appreciated by all the stakeholders. Chris, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you, Tadevik. I'll be brief here. I know we're wrapping up. I'll use my time just to agree very strongly with Guy's point about the link between internet universality and so much else of our digital society. I think that's a very live and active discussion at the moment as we're looking at the Internet Governance Forum. And as Henriette said, an Internet Governance Forum doesn't necessarily capture for many people the full breadth of what our digital society now means. But I think the ROMEX framework does a really good job of highlighting and reinforcing how interlinked and interreliant all of these aspects are. So, really important.
Thanks so much. Dorcas, would you like to have a concluding 1-minute remarks?
Thank you. Yeah, I would just like to say that I agree with the input that disaggregated data that allows us to pick up different perspectives. For example, gender equality across different areas of assessment would be really important, because without that kind of information, then initiatives will tend to be a bit general, and that could actually continue to then encourage persistence. For example, in the gender digital divide, which really, even as we were starting the forum, it was very clear that this is seen to be, one of the areas that we persistently struggle with across the board. And I think for me, I look at it not just from usage and adoption and access, but also ability for women to participate in the production and creation of technologies, and be decision makers and policy makers. This again is one of the other things that we need to look at, because then it informs how much we will inspire other generations to come into these areas, because it's a big gap. We struggle, in terms of being the only one in the room or no woman in the room when it comes to a lot of these opportunities. So that's very important. The other thing I could say is that the sustainability, when we get this moving, how well will we be able to sustain? And I think that's the purpose of having regular assessment is also very important, because then we know what we have achieved. Are we keeping up, or are we retarding, or what's going on? This is really important, because we cannot move this world backwards. We are only going forward. So if we get to know what's happening today and the actions that are being taken in terms of the policy interventions, then we can see the effectiveness of policy. So that's my input and final comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorcas, and also very, very much for pointing out the gender digital divide, which is one of the key issues that we're also trying to address and close this gap, of course, with support and collaboration with all actors. Ariette?
Thanks, Tadevik. I started off by saying that effective implementation of a national digital transformation strategy needs consultation, collaboration, and connections. And I think that, for me, is the strength of the framework. It does give us a framework to gather data that we need, to gather data that includes a gender disaggregated approach, but it also gives us a framework to do analysis and to apply critical thinking to how we design and implement and measure the impact of those digital transformation strategies. And I think those are extremely important. I think if we can think critically and analytically about what we do in digitalization, we are going to have more impact, and it will be more inclusive. I'm also very excited by the idea of the national and regional IGFs beginning to explore how they can use the Internet Universality Rome X framework.
Thanks so much, Aniet. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Before I give the floor to ADG Jelassi for closing the session, I wanted to thank each one of you, Dorcas Online, David and Camila Online, Fabio, Chris and Aniet, and Guy, for your valuable contributions. I don't cease to learn every time we have a discussion around Romex. I am really excited to see the report on Brazil. Thank you so much for your long-standing support to Romex, and thank you so much for all the wonderful ideas and calls which we will take forward and take into consideration and action when we carry forward with the Romex implementation. Thank you so much again. And ADG, would you like to give concluding remarks to close the session?
Thank you, Tatevic. I'll be very brief. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants online, but also in the room, who came here for this relatively early morning session on day 0 of the IGF. Clearly you have shown commitment, engagement, and interest in the subject matter we focused on during this session. I would like to thank also the panelists for sharing with us their expert insights, but also the practical country experiences that you refer to. We have reports like the one I'm holding in my hand, which gives full details about the Rome X framework and the Internet Universality indicators, the original document, but also the revised indicators as well. These are available online on the UNESCO website if you'd like to go through the details of what we discussed today. I think ultimately, as many of the speakers, including Guy Berger's remarks, it's all about digital inclusion. And in the United Nations, we have an expression that we use quite often: digital inclusion as to leave no one behind. Mm-hmm. This is very important. It's at the heart of the Rome X, and it's along these 3 pillars which I mentioned and were mentioned obviously by the speakers: digital connectivity, digital literacy skills, and digital services and content. Stay tuned. If you would like to take this discussion further, feel free to contact us at UNESCO or one of the panelists featured in this session, and enjoy IGF for the days ahead.
Thanks, ADG.
Okay.
I will put it. I will put it in content so we can exchange through WhatsApp or something.
That would be great.
I don't understand. He gives me signs.
God, look at all those people. With that many people, you probably have enough time for a sentence each.
But I think it's not good here. We cannot see these people.
Yeah, no, we can't see that. We have to turn around. You guys are sitting in the right place.
Moving, huh?
Yeah, we all
Because those are too far away.
Ah, okay,
You
okay.
can see it.
I can't get not touch the Zoom.
Okay. But then, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can still hear music, am I?
I want to be able to see everybody who's attending virtually.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's all a bit complicated here. We have to put our headsets on, and we're on channel 4. So,
Five.
oh, sorry, channel 5. Yes, we're in room 5. So. Anyway, welcome, everyone. And to the technician, can you stop the background music, please? I don't know what's... Oh.
Background music is on 4.
Got it? Okay, I was on the wrong channel. Maybe
Why is everybody so amused?
Well, it's very complicated, yes. And we're not young people anymore. We're celebrating the 20-year anniversary of the Working Group on Internet Governance. And whatever you say, you can hear it because the microphones are on permanently. So if you have any side conversations, we can hear it. Anyway, it's a great pleasure to have you all here. So it's a class reunion to celebrate the 20th anniversary. We're all still walking, nobody in a wheelchair yet. And as somebody said, maybe we have to ask for a doctor to be in the room just in case. Be that as it may, I took the liberty of using my AI assistant I have on my phone to ask, does WGIG matter? And I say it's a difficult question and the answers are yes and no, but in conclusion, it says the WGIG plays a role in the development and promotion of internet governance and may have less impact than some would have desired. This is sort of a kind of wishy-washy intelligence, I would have thought. We were part of the process. We actually thought we had a tremendous impact. It was a bit of a game changer in the WSIS process, which before was very much government only, and we really opened the doors to a multi-stakeholder participation. And we thought, okay, let's look back a bit and also look forward a bit. And we decided to have it in 3 segments. And when I say we, it was mainly Bill who put it together. Have 1 segment on the nature of internet governance, 1 segment on multi-stakeholder and multilateral, which is seen by some as an antagonistic situation. And then the last segment, the IGF, looking forward, the future of the IGF. Does the IGF live up to expectation? What should change, what not? And with that, I hand over to Bill, who provides some framing of the session. Please, Bill.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marcus, and hello, everybody. I'm going to take my headphones off so I don't hear myself. Well, I thank you all for coming, first of all, because there's a lot going on at the same time. We're here not because we think that the WGIG report that was put out was a source of Talmudic wisdom for the ages, that we solved all the problems of the universe or anything like that. It was a negotiated document under very intense kind of conditions, etc. However, there was a lot of impact, I think, on the process, and that's been lasting, and I think it's worth taking note of that. Since this is the 20th anniversary of the WSIS, how could we not talk about the 20th anniversary of the WGIG, which played an important role in bringing the WSIS to a successful conclusion? So that's why I thought it would be useful to get the band back together again and do this. So I'm just going to make a few points about the impact of the WSIS, and that's based in part on we did 2 books together. Aside from the reports that were put out, members of the group got together and contributed chapters to 2 books that I edited, one in 2005 and the other in 2015 on the 10th anniversary. And in those books, I had chapters about why WGIG mattered, and I'm going to kind of just run through a couple of points to try to level set us to get everybody on the same page, because frankly, at this point, I don't know how many people even remember the WGIG. I talked to people at the party last night, and a lot of people were like, you know, I come to IGF, I don't really know where the IGF came from. I don't know what, you know, I mean, a lot of this history has just gone dark as we've all gotten older and new people have cycled in, et cetera. So I think it's good to try to level set us by getting us on the same page and say, what was this thing, et cetera. So I'm just going to make 3 points about the procedural and institutional contributions, and then a couple of points about the substantive contributions, and then we'll go to inclusive discussion with all the people that are here as well as the ones who are online. So I would start by saying that the WGIG demonstrated the benefits of multi-stakeholder cooperation in the United Nations in a way that really hadn't been seen before in the internet governance space. For those who are old and were around during the WSIS process, you may remember in the early stages of the process, stakeholders were being locked out of rooms, thrown out of rooms, told not to speak. The whole thing was a kind of a mess for a long time. It took a while for the whole multi-stakeholder ethos to start to kick in. The WGIG contributed, I think, substantially to legitimating that and showing that, in fact, multi-stakeholder collaboration could be effective, problem-solving, and that, indeed, stakeholders could make real contributions to the kind of procedural and substantive learning that everybody was doing as we came together and groped towards some shared understandings of things. Secondly, I'd say that the WGIG facilitated the WSIS negotiations. For those of you, again, who are around, you might remember that for the first couple of years in the Geneva cycle, people were saying the conversation's all over the place, we don't know what's going on, it's not cumulative, we're going nowhere, et cetera, et cetera. The WGIG actually did a kind of systematic mapping and brought order to the discussion, worked through issues at a kind of structured and deliberate and methodical basis that kind of laid out the main issues at stake in a way that everybody could understand. The WGIG promoted public engagement. We did a lot of innovative things that now we take for granted, but back then were new in terms of having public comments, having open, transparent processes, having everything on the web, having simultaneous translation in the sessions, et cetera, et cetera. All of that stuff that the IGF now does, back then it was all new in the United Nations context. In terms of substantive contributions, the WGIG played a major role, I think, in demystifying the nature and scope of internet governance. There was a lot of debate, you might remember back then, about is there such a thing as internet governance? Does the term even make sense? Or else you had people who said, well, if there is internet governance, it just meant what ICANN does, or it just means what intergovernmental agencies like the ITU should be doing, et cetera. And we were able to sort of work through this concept and sort of demonstrate that governance does not mean government, right? That we needed a holistic, broad approach to internet governance that took into account not just the underlying infrastructure, but also the use of the internet and the rule systems that apply to privacy, digital trade, intellectual property, and so on transactions going over the internet, et cetera. We developed a working definition, which was drawn from the political science literature on international regimes, as it happens, that set out who does internet governance, what does internet governance consist of, and where is it done, et cetera. All that was important. And we kind of took the attention off the whole debate that was going on at the time about how the ITU might take over ICANN and so on. In fact, we kind of decentered the ITU and that controversy completely by taking this broad kind of approach, which I think was good. Fifth, we began the holistic analysis of a broad range of issues. In light of that broad definition, we mapped out all the different issues that are part of the internet governance ecosystem and galaxy and clustered them and made them a little bit more tractable in terms of discussions. We had a process where colleagues put out different visions for oversight of internet governance, of critical internet resources. This was the first chance for people to put forward alternatives to the ITU as an intergovernmental solution. People came up, various government members came up with proposals for a global internet council, an intergovernmental global internet policy council, all kinds of new types of things. None of these were agreed as a group, but they were simply listed for people's information, and that helped shape the discussion going forward about enhanced cooperation and things like that. So that was, I think, probably useful in advancing the discussion. And of course, most importantly, from the standpoint of this group, the WIGIG proposed the creation of an Internet Governance Forum to continue the dialogue, to help to solve the deadlocks that were occurring around Internet governance, to say, let's have a permanent space attached to the United Nations where we can continue to have this open discussion without the pressure of negotiating outcomes and so on. So those were 7 ways in which the WIGIG, I think, made a meaningful, impactful contribution to the conclusion of the WSIS process, but also helped lay the foundation for everything that's gone on in the years subsequent. So that's just a little background to refresh us for those who haven't thought about the WIGIG in 20 years. And now what we're going to do is go through 3 forward-looking questions, asking colleagues to think about how we think about some of the contemporary problems from the perspective of what we did together 20 years ago. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And at a more basic level, I would say the WIGIG report found its way into the final outcome of the WSIS, of the Tunis agenda. There is a chapter on internet governance, which is more or less taken verbatim from the WIGIG report. So that is, I think, a significant impact of WIGIG that we actually managed to feed into the process. And also, for those who attended the summits, there was a significant difference between the Geneva phase and the Tunis phase. The Tunis phase was by far more open in terms of procedure, when in Geneva, the CEO of ICANN was kicked out of the room. I chaired then a small negotiating group, and some government said, hey, this guy is not government, he needs to be taken out. Whereas in Tunis, there ICANN community was present, the chair of ICANN was sometimes, or the CEO was sometimes asked for his comments or opinion on some of the items, and that was also an indirect impact of WIGIG. It would not have happened without WIGIG. But with that, we come now to the first chapter, the nature of internet governance, and I have 3 members of the old WIGIG group listed as contributors, Aisha, Raul, and Wolfgang, but others feel free to chime in. And we will also open to the other participants to come in after the first segment. But can I maybe invite Aisha Hassan, who was at the time the voice of business, so to speak. You were the representative of ICC, and people listened to what you had to say. Over to you, Aisha.
Thank you, Marcus. Well, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and it was a pleasure to serve on the Working Group on Internet Governance. Yes, at the time I was the representative for the International Chamber of Commerce and what was the umbrella for global business, the Coordinating Committee of Business Interlocutors, CCBI. Yes, we've come a long way, but I think that the definition has stood the test of time. I think it's still valid. I think that it has been nicely shaped so that it has adapted. In terms of the nature of internet governance today, I think that it has expanded in the sense that many emerging technologies or applications that we have today didn't exist at the time. But that is part of what we're talking about now in terms of internet governance, whether it's AI governance or other technologies. So I think that the discussion that we started 20 years ago is now at a place where we want to keep looking to having adaptable ways to address these issues. And one of the things that the WIGIG really did, in my view, was to foster collaborative relationships and the idea of cooperating and discussing things across the stakeholder groups, which really didn't exist before. And I just want to take a moment to share one little anecdote. At the time, I was global business, and at one point, our esteemed chairman, Nitin Desai, laughed, and he said, "Oh my God, do I hear Cuba and global business agreeing?" And here's my comrade next to me today. Yes, we learned to talk to each other, and I think that that has lasted over the years and been fostered by the IGF itself, giving everybody an opportunity to talk with people that they may not have the chance to have a coffee and truly exchange with. And I purposely am emphasizing this because that is an asset. And I think that's part of what the WIGIG started and the IGF has continued to foster. So I'll stop with that at this point.
Thank you, Aisha, for that. And I think anecdotes are always good to enliven the debate a bit or the discussion. And it's great history. Raul, can you come in?
Yes, thank you very much, Marcus. It's very nice to be here with all of you today, 20 years later. I don't know why the rest of the people look 20 years older, not myself. I don't know what happened with the rest of the people. WIGIG was a really innovative experience and an innovative way to address the difficulties that have presented during the first phase of the summit. As Marcus said, that it was very different. The first and the second phases of the summit were very different. It was an achievement itself. The WIGIG, as Ayesha also pointed out, it was we all of us learned about how to work better with the other stakeholders, and it was very helpful to have an informed discussion in Tunis. I remember just also bringing an anecdote that there were a lot of discussions in the WIGIG about who managed the root server A, and some of us were trying to explain to the rest of to other people that the root server A was not important. That's so I say no, because why you question what we are our positions? No, I'm not questioning your positions. What we are saying here is that the problem is not root server A. The problem is more complex. So that's the discussion, the level of discussion in 2005 was very different than 2003. I think that one of the things that were one of the important outcomes of the WIGIG was also that we strengthened the concept of multi-stakeholderism, and is when we look nowadays the organizations and the forums that are involved in different ways in the governance of internet. Not all of them are pure multi-stakeholder models, but all of them or most of them are open to the participation of all stakeholders. And this is important because we consolidated the idea that the participation of all stakeholders is crucial, is important, and is very important still today. And those things that sometimes we take as for granted are not. With all the geopolitical changes that we are seeing around the world, that's the things that we assume that were discussions from the past probably will come back to the table in the near future. And so it is important that we continue as reinforcing that idea that the participation of all stakeholders is crucial, and that we need, in a very changing world, we need to be more efficient in the development of digital policies. To be more efficient, to have the right policies on time, we need the participation of everybody from the inception of the processes, from the origin of the discussions. So I think those lessons that we learned in WIGIG 20 years ago remain very important, valid. I would not say just valid, that's crucial for the future of the governance, of the digital governance in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raul. And over to Wolfgang.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was a member of the WIGIG on behalf of civil society and the academic community, and Juan was from the government, Aisha from the business, and Raul from the technical community. It demonstrates already that there was a unique culture of collaboration by trying to promote the understanding, because I also will start with an anecdote. Because originally, internet governance was not an issue for the WSIS in the mandate from the UN General Assembly in 2001. So in the process of the second PrepCom. So some people raised the issue of internet, and then we had an intersessional meeting in Paris, and this was in a night meeting in the cellar, and it was unclear whether non-governmental people can join this working group 5. Now we are in the workshop room 5. So it was a new working group 5 because we had 4 different working groups, and there was no control on the entrance. So that means a lot of non-state actors moved into the room, and then a debate started, and somebody talked about IP addresses, and then the ambassador from a country, I will not name the country, said, what is this, an IP address? Because there was only little knowledge about governments at this time. And then Paul Wilson from APNIC stepped in and explained, you know, how IP addresses and domain names are functioning. And then the ambassador, oh, this was very helpful. Thank you very much. And I think this was the start of the mutual recognition that every stakeholder can bring a different expertise to the table. And but from Paris, it was in July 2003 to December 2003. The understanding of the complexity was still on a low level. So that means even people did not understand what we are talking about. That's why the wiki got the mandate to define what internet governance is. So it had not only the mandate to work on recommendations, but also to give a definition. And I think this definition is, the discussion around this definition is really crucial. And Bill mentioned that already. When we worked on the definition, we had 2 options at the end of the day. A narrow definition, just to concentrate on the critical internet resources, names and numbers, or a broad definition. And confronted with the complexity of the mandate also of the WSIS, we decided in favor of the broad definition, and this is what Bill said also on who and what and how. So, and these are the 3 elements which are defined in these 3 lines of the paragraph in the Tunis agenda, which says, okay, it has to be, all stakeholders has to be involved in their respective roles. I was fighting until the very last moment to add on equal footing, but Anita then said, okay, respective roles include in a certain way that everybody is equal in their respective role. So, but anyhow, this was the first element. All stakeholders has to be involved. The second was, you know, sharing on norms, principles, and even decision-making procedures. That is the collaborative approach. And the third part was that we differentiated between the evolution and the use of the internet, so the technical and the political layer. And this was the holistic approach. And if I take these 3 basic elements of the definition, the multi-stakeholder approach, the collaborative approach, and the holistic approach, then I think that this definition is really universal and can be used for all governance aspects which we're discussing today, 20 years later. Because 20 years ago, internet governance was the term which covered all the things. But since that, we have seen, you know, a lot of new language appearing around governance. We have digital governance, ICT governance, cyber governance, then governance of the Internet of Things, IoT governance, and now we are talking about AI governance. And I'm asking myself, you know, what is the difference between AI governance and internet and the broad definition of internet governance if you just take these 3 approaches? So AI governance has to be multi-stakeholder. AI governance has to be collaborative. And, you know, without a holistic approach, you will fail to find any sustainable solutions for AI. That means you have to take into consideration also in AI governance the technical elements and the public policy implications. And insofar, you know, the confusion we had 20 years ago around internet governance sometimes reappear as confusion about AI governance, but it's rather simple. Go back to what we have produced 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Wolfgang. And yes, we also, the Tunis agenda has a whole chapter on internet governance with some explanatory paragraphs, and they make it clear that anything related to the use and abuse of the internet is part of internet governance. And all these applications you mentioned, AI and whatever, they rely on the internet. Without the internet, digital without the internet, it's not just about the standalone computer, it's about connecting the computers. But I would like to invite other WIGIC members, old WIGIC members, if they would like to add anything, but also open the floor to other participants if you have comments or questions. Juan, you would like to come in, please?
Yes. Yes, well, good morning. I'm not going to talk about the substantial achievements of the IGF because of the WIGI, because it was just mentioned, you know, the working definition and the rest of the mandate. I want to talk about some achievement of the methodology, because to ask a group of persons, intelligent group of persons that have different viewpoints to agree in a very contentious subject, it seems like being crazy, you know, because, well, if you have people that have similar opinions, that's okay, but to have 30 people with different opinions to get to the results, it is a challenge. And it was done. And I'm going to share with you how methodology it was done, because I think it's useful for many discussions that are being carried out now. And also it has been applied in some other forums in which I participated. The first thing is that throughout the year that we were working, we had a lot of opinions. I think Bill mentioned all that opinions, and it was all collected in a very big document. And then at the end, because we had to have a report, we were placed into a chateau, you know, and they throw out the key, and, you know, you don't get out until you have a report. But we have very, very large material that will be very impossible to collate. So the first decision is that we will have two reports. We will have a big report in which all the opinions will be collected. It necessarily is not a consensus report. It's a sort of compendium. And it was mentioned that that was been very useful because many interesting idea was there that then people can take it out and materialize it later. And then to concentrate in the actual report. And of course, then we have a lot of things in which we had consensus, and we put it there. We discussed the definition, as Wolfgang just said, with some tweaks there. But in the end, there were the recommendations of the, how it's called, the arrangements for the government. There was no consensus in a final one. And so we decided that we will try to narrow down the different proposals to the bare basics, and we finally ended with 4 different ones. And I think this is a contribution of this report, and it's a methodology that can be used in some discussions that we're going to have now, for instance, in data governance and some other, that whenever we don't have to get to one final consensus, because maybe that's impossible. But if we can narrow down and put the basic alternatives as part of the final report, that is a result. Because otherwise, you can say, okay, we don't have consensus, so we don't have result. And that's 0. And so think that this opens the way to very contentious issues that it's been discussed today, to open the way to have results that could be actionable and that can really contribute. So I think Marcus and Bill and my colleagues, I think that that's what's one of the contributions that we made. And I think we had no choice, because otherwise we'll still be in the chateau 20 years after, trying to get one only answer. Thank you.
But,
thank you.
It was very good wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Marcus.
I did that there.
Marcus.
Okay, Jovan.
Thank you. Just a quick note on this point, which I think Bill and Juan brought. At that time, you had a feeling that your input was taken care of. It was not accepted verbatim, but you had a feeling that it was provided. What is the major problem today is that we have so many processes which call you to have your say, make contribution. And your contribution disappears in some sort of a governance Bermuda Triangle. And you just come with some document and say, okay, it's fine if somebody says, okay, we disagree, we cannot accept that, there is a consensus, but this is a huge problem. And some good news is ideally we should be locked in some sort of secluded place and negotiate, as Marcus did really as a big master of diplomacy. But nowadays we have also AI that can help us. AI can trace our contribution to the final document. Is your contribution reflected in final document or completely ignored? It's not ideal. I prefer human approach, but this is one great lesson I would say from WGIG and overall IGF process. When somebody asks you to have your say, to contribute, there is some sort of reflection. Roger, disagree, agree, let's discuss it, whatever. I'm afraid that this is missing now in global governance in general, and I would say also in AI and digital governance.
Amen.
Thank you, Jovan. And I think in the interest of time, we have to move on. And I encourage the next speakers to be as concise and compact as possible. So we go to the multilateral versus multi-stakeholder. And the first speaker is Alejandro Pisanti. He's joining us remotely. Alejandro, are you on?
Yes, I am on. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, it's 3 a.m. in Mexico City. Cheers, everybody. 3:20. Thanks for the invitation and for the first round. It's very useful. One of the things that happens and it's a bit of a paradox, as Jovan has said, we had the ears of the governments and decision makers at the UN structurally, because this was the outcome, and we was part of the process to produce an outcome for WSIS, the World Summit of the Information Society, which had been agreed to take place by an agreement of the UN General Assembly. So that's something that we're not having as often here now. And processes like the GDC seem to have been, the Global Digital Compact, seem to have been designed in order to make it much harder for voices like would have been the WGIG to make even a dent on decisions that have already been made by the Secretary General and his adjunct and a few influential governments. Multilateral versus multi-stakeholder, we have to I'm convinced that all problems of internet governance and many others are much better solved by multi-stakeholder mechanisms. The weights of the stakeholders have to be different. The institutional and organizational design are key. We have to be able to, let's say, involve governments decisively when things are involving law enforcement, for example. So the even if the involvement is informal, it has to be very enabling, as happens in the anti-phishing working group or as it's happening in the upcoming Global Anti-Scam Alliance. And in other places, the governments really have themselves decided to sit in the second row. That happened to us when we were doing the ICANN reform process around 2001, 2003. The governments were offered seats to study, at least seats at the table on the board, and they had very good reasons not to do that. One of them was legal, that they would have to join the liabilities of the corporation as governments, and the other ones that they would never come together to decide who were 5 representatives or even 3 representatives as one vote. What we have learned from these multi-stakeholder processes also is how different stakeholders perceive what is important, what is decisive. what's actually pretty standard. As you know, I have a scheme for translating things like, for example, using identity, the mass scale of the internet, cross jurisdictions, lowering barriers, lowering friction, and managing memory and forgetting, to understand what problems are actually not a problem created by the internet, but modified, disrupted, if you want. And in some of these cases, you actually do need a more multilateral layer in the solution of a fully multi-stakeholder problem. Consequences of choosing multi-stakeholder or multilateral, well, is the internet more free in the countries that propose multilateral? That's probably the acid test of why we actually need to keep pushing for multi-stakeholder, because every single country that pushes for more multilateral is also pushing against internet freedom. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alejandro, and thank you for joining us at the ungodly hour in your country. That's very much appreciated.
Love you so much, man. So.
And we have Avri as a speaker on these issues. Please, Avri.
Okay, thank you. I actually very much like this subject of multi-stakeholder and multilateral as opposed to multi-stakeholder versus. I think at the moment in this point history, they both have to coexist. And in fact, we've seen that. We see that with examples of like the ICANN example. We see that with examples like the Sao Paulo guidelines, which basically finally talk about how we can bring the two together. Now, there was a wonderful part of WGIG where we're actually, I think it's the last time we actually participated as equals. And that's one of the things that I've looked for since then. WGIG truly was, I was able to sit there and argue for hours against some of the roles and responsibilities as believed by governments. And until Neaton got tired of it, it was allowed to go on. And that is important. That is something that does not happen at the moment, because even in our multi-stakeholder models, even in something as vaunted as the IGF that grew out of WGIG, it's a top-down. There is an authority that we all answer to in some way. We all appeal to. We all have to go to. So the multi-stakeholder is there. I would never say that IGF isn't multi-stakeholder, but not completely, not fully. It has a ways to develop. And WGIG does give an example, does sort of point a way of it can work. And we've seen other examples where it can work. It was an interesting example to me. I came in as a techie, knew nothing about internet governance, knew a little bit about philosophy, didn't know what ICANN, I knew what ICANN was, but nothing about it. And I learned a lot through that process and found it really quite valuable, and it obviously changed my life. One of the other things, and I want to point out, and I'm not sure it even fits in this thing, but there was one feature of the Working Group on Internet Governance that we've lost. We had Frank March, our secretary, our main writer, sitting in the room with us while he was writing, talking to us, asking about this paragraph or that paragraph. That goes even further on the notion that now we sort of contribute our comments into a bucket somewhere, and somebody may look at them, may not look at them, may include a word or two, but not. We actually sat there irritating this poor, lovely man, saying, no, you got to change that word. No, I need this paragraph. No, and he actually bore with it. And so while we're all talking about the wonder of WGIG, I really wanted to bring up the wonderful example of Frank. So I think that for the foreseeable future, we have to work on a way to combine the two, because governments are not going to give up their multilateral, insofar as they can get beyond unilateral, but they're not going to give it up in any time. And we can't afford to give up a multi-stakeholder model. So the two of them have to work either in contention, which is not that useful, or figure out how to operate together. And I think we've got some motion in that direction. I think WGIG started it. I think it's always good to go back to reading not only the report, but as several people said, the background report. There's so much in there to play with. and I recommend it to any student. So hopefully that answered my part of the question.
Thank you for that, Avri, and also thank you for mentioning Frank. Frank March played a very important role. I think without him, we wouldn't have been able to produce a report. And invite you to share a thought on him because he passed away sadly a couple of years back. That was very sad to learn. He was really an important help for us to produce the report. And the last speaker on this segment, and thank you also, Avri, for moving away from the dichotomy multi-stakeholder versus multilateral. No, I think it was the Brazilians who always make the point there is no false dichotomy between the two. They have to work together, and thank you also for underlying that. Charles, you also put your name down for that, and can you also say if there's anything to report on the what's happening in the Zoom room? Please, Charles.
Thank you very much, Marcus. In fact, I think what I will say is I will start by saying that I was still young in the internet governance sphere, not in age. In age, I'm still young in age. Anyway, so but it was really a wonderful experience to sit, as my colleagues mentioned, with the different stakeholders. And to give an example maybe different of what my colleague mentioned, I mean a specific example. Let's go to my current practice. You know, the intellectual property was somehow problematic, you can say, during that time in specific. And everybody knows the UDRP, for example. I think without the multi-stakeholderism, we couldn't have this uniform dispute resolution policy on the internet. Why? Because, as everybody knows, it started with ICANN, WIPO government, ICANN, different technical body, we can say, private sector, lawyers, and the civil society were an important part in it to find a way how to find these different solutions for the disputes on the internet domain names in specific. So I just would like to mention this to have some additional of what my colleagues already covered, I think, in general. So, and I agree, maybe the last sentence I will say, I will not talk a lot, I will concentrate on remote moderation today. What Avri mentioned, I think multilateralism will stay too. So I think we need to find this combination, how to keep the multi-stakeholderism, which is very important, bottom up and so on, and to be able to find a way to work with the different multilateral mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think there was a time when there was a real antagonism between multi-stakeholder and multilateral. And there was sort of the technical community in particular said, oh, multilateral is bad and multi-stakeholder is good. And I think that doesn't lead us anywhere. And as working for a small country, for the diplomatic service of Switzerland, we always believe in multilateralism because it protects the smaller countries. Multilateralism is always better than unilateralism. And I think in this current global situation, we really all need to feel strengthened through multilateralism, which does not include multi-stakeholderism. And with that, can we move on to the last segment, which is essentially looking to the IGF. Has the IGF delivered what we had hoped for? And it really built very much on WIGIG. We had, it was mentioned before, we had our closed session on the Chatham House rule, but we always opened up in between, and the day before we had an open consultation. And we thought that could be the model also for the IGF, and the IGF very much built on that model. So has the IGF actually lived up to our expectations, and what should we do to move forward? And we have two remote speakers here, Baher Esmat, who works for ICANN, and Carlos. They're all remotely, they're both remotely, and then we have Jovan and Vittoria who are here in the room. Can we move to Baher? Baher, are you online?
I am. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear. Excellent.
All right. Thank you, Marcus. And hello, everyone. I'm pleased to take part in this session and to contribute to the discussion alongside my WIGIG colleagues. the IGF, and today we're almost 19 years into this global forum, and I think the IGF has been, the primary global multi-stakeholder forum for discussing internet governance issues. It kind of, filled a gap that was identified by the WGIG members 20 years ago. It provided a space for discussion, for open discussion among all stakeholders, from governments, private sector, civil society, technical community, and academia, all on equal footing. It has also contributed to a very important element, especially to those coming from the developing world, which is the capacity building aspect. And I think today with the numerous, regional, national IGFs and other similar platforms from, school and internet governance and so forth, but this, shows the impact of the IGF over the years. Another point I'd like to point to very quickly, and I think some of the previous speakers have touched on, which is how the IGF has evolved over time. I think the IGF has been, continuously evolving over the past years. We've seen this in many aspects, from trying to improve its outcomes in the forms of whether messages or reports and so on. But also in the form of topics and issues being addressed during the meetings. And as someone noted earlier, this debate between internet governance, digital governance, and those definitions. I think because of the way the WGIG approached the issue of defining internet governance, and we've seen the definition itself is broad enough to sort of encompass a lot of issues, most of which were not even foreseen. They did not exist 20 years ago. So the IGF over the years has evolved in its agenda, and we've seen many topics that were not in the WGIG radar in 2004, 2005. AI is the most popular, but there are many others. And I think this evolution is one of the key characteristics of the IGF. The other characteristics that has been debated over the years is the non-decision making nature of the IGF. And while some have debated that this is one of the weaknesses of the IGF. Personally, I believe it's one of the strengths, and I think it was not a bug in the system. I think it was intentionally by design to be made as again an open and a non-decision making forum to allow everyone to contribute and to participate on equal footing. Now, looking to the future, and this is my last point. I think as we continue to consider how to evolve the IGF, how to improve and strengthen the IGF, I believe that the financial stability and sustainability of the IGF is key, and for the IGF to continue to serve, as the global internet governance forum. I think we need the minds of all the participants and the contributors to the IGF to come together and to consider more innovative ideas to sort of guarantee or at least offer or put forward a sustainable model for funding and supporting the IGF to continue its role at the global level. Thank you.
Yeah. And the next speaker is Carlos Afonso. Will you join us? Are you joining us from Rio? Carlos?
Yes. I am joining from Rio. Let me turn the camera on. Yes, I am there.
It's great to see you, Carlos.
So I find it a bit complicated to find new things related to the report that we did in 2005. I remember Avery mentioned a very important thing that Frank Marsh did a beautiful work of patience, of listening to us and trying to synthesize everything. It was really great, and the report is much, much more than the definition. I think we did a definition that was to stand the test of time, simple enough to stand the test of time, but it's still very simple in relation to all the complex issues we are facing. But the report was so important because it identified 4 key public policy areas, which are still the main public policy areas, whatever the development of internet and these 4 policy areas we managed to detail in 13 issues, fundamental issues, which are valid until today. So I think that more than the definition or the report is a very good reference, which the report itself is standing the test of time. And this is great. I think this was the main contribution we could do in that group at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Great to see you. Now back to the room, and we have Jovan and Vittoria who also address this issue. Jovan first.
Thank you, Marcus. Well, it's a party time in a way, and I don't know if it is good to bring some controversies, but since we will have 4 days to chat in the corridors and during the coffee break, I will propose 3 points about the future of IGF, which may require the great contribution for all people in the room and the former members of the WGIG. The first one, and thank you for parking it, is the false dichotomy multi-stakeholder versus multilateral. If you look carefully in the Tunis compromise, you will see that IGF is masterpiece of compromise by putting the multi-stakeholder body under the UN umbrella. Both camps got something. Pro-governmental camp got, for the first time, IG issues in the UN context. Multi-stakeholder camp got multi-stakeholder participation. That formula, fortunately or unfortunately, will have to be revisited. And that cannot stay as fixed in the stone. As executive director of the UN high-level panel, I try to argue for IGF+. And one point, and I will now open controversies, is that I argued that the famous, very controversial, big elephant in the room question of enhanced cooperation should be brought as one of the track on the first day of IGF, together with governments, civil society, businesses, discussing. We may not call it enhanced cooperation, we may call it enhanced coordination, just to have it smoother consumption, but I never understood why it wasn't possible. I understand political positioning elements of it, more diplomatic, but in its core, it was very simple solution to put that last bit from the Tunis formula, bit of salt, which I think British diplomat on the 18th of November during the negotiation brought as a solution to find the package. That's controversial, and I'm sure there will be many questions. Its second point is capacity building, and that was a great achievement. And here is a personal story. When I started doing IG, my friends asked me, what are you doing? And then when I told them what I was doing, they were calling me to fix their printer, to install their software and these things. I usually did it. It's great to help people, but then it inspired me to write the book, Introduction to Internet Governance. And fast forward, a few months ago, I wrote the last book 8 years ago, and I said there is no need anymore, but people convinced me, and I'm preparing 8th edition, which will be presented on Wednesday. And the question was, should I call it internet governance? Wednesday. And you will see, if you come to that discussion, there is a reason to keep it as internet governance. Issues are the same. They're not asking me anymore to install their printer. They're now asking me about where their knowledge is. Who is basically monopolizing their knowledge? Discussion moved on. And that sort of dynamics, by me writing the book every year and now revisiting this book, is a great sort of diary of the Internet Governance Forum and its achievement. And third point, which Bill mentioned, is extremely important. It is modus operandi of the IGF. We sometimes underestimate that. And I'll give you one point, again, personal story. 15 years ago, I went to the IGF, I think, well, you will find the date, but it was, and you know how it goes. You come the first day and you have a big ambitions, great speakers, great workshops. You want to follow it all. And after the first morning, you realize that you cannot do it and you end up in the cafeteria meeting friends, chatting. And there is always that feeling of the missed opportunities, or I missed something. This is how deep loss reporting started. First with humans, our former students, interns, and now it's helped with the AI. And that incremental development of new methodologies, now when everything is now and here, we have AI, let's install AI agents. But that incremental in all aspects of IGF work, capacity building, bringing consensus, involving other people. From our side, this reporting, I think it's a great legacy of the IGF, and on that legacy, we should build the future of IGF. Therefore, 3 points. First, revisit Tunis formula. We need to do it. Second, continue capacity building. That's one of the great achievements of IGF. And third one, talk more about the way of modus operandi of the IGF. It's completely, I would say, we are too shy about it. And this is an untold story of high relevance for the broader governance and other communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jovan. And last speaker is Vittoria.
Thank you. So as the former youngest member of the WIGIG and the least diplomat, I think I will have to also stir some controversy. Well, I think I think we're really at the point in time where we need to think at the future of the IGF. So we need also to look at what worked and what didn't work. So maybe I'd start from the first half of the problem, which is the practical way of working of the IGF. And I think in the overall, we like this event. So we continue coming. So I think everybody finds value in the IGF. I think it should continue. I think it could be better. I mean, especially this year, I only meet people that are disappointed because they've been trying to propose a panel or workshop for several years now, and they never get accepted even if they meet all the criteria, because there's, I guess, a sheer lack of space. I mean, there's a limit to how many you can have. But we have to find a better way of mobilizing these energies, because otherwise there's people, especially outside of the existing, regular participants that come, try several years, they get disappointed, they go away and say, oh, the IGF is just a smoke, just for the insiders, just whatever. And the other thing is, I think that will also solve this problem is a much better working of the national IGFs, especially. I mean, our experience with the Italian IGF is terrible. Basically, 7 years ago, it was captured by the then government, and it was used by a politician for self-promotion. There were no meeting anymore. I mean, it didn't even happen for several years. And then now it's still in the hands of the government, and it's a new government. You know, in 6 years we have had like 7 governments of multiple colors. But still every government is keeping it, and now they're organizing maybe one this year. Again, it's multi-stakeholder in the sense that there's multiple ministries involved. And that's all. So I think that we need to address these kind of things, because it could make the credibility, especially the bottom-up process, much better. But then the other part of the question is about, the role of the IGF, and the question in the program is, did it meet the purpose that we thought it would meet? And to be honest, I think that, the narrow part of the definition worked well, and I think that nobody's really unhappy with the governance of the technical resources. The broadest part of the definition didn't work very well. So we are now at a stage, 20 years ago, we believed the internet would bring democracy and wealth, and it was an instrument for progress. And nowadays, I already quoted this. 1 month ago, there was a survey in the UK, and they asked the young people, would you live better off if the internet didn't exist? And half of them said yes. So half of them think that the world would be better without the internet. And this is really, really terrible for us that, work to create it and make it a mass instrument. And I think what failed is, I mean, we were naive. We thought that by putting everyone together, we would be able to address the economic and social questions. And this didn't happen, especially because of the private sector, I have to say. I mean, we're part of the private sector. The people that could make money out of breaking down the internet and turning it into walled gardens, I mean, they just went on and made money. And nobody could stop them because we had no stick. We had carrots, I mean, to come in, but we had no stick to force them. And this is exactly what caused now the transition of countries and regions like the European Union that have always been in favor of multi-stakeholderism and open governance and whatever, to a new, I mean, like a hard jurisdiction, hard law approach. And this is why I think we were getting now also pressure from multilateralism. And to be honest, I don't like the idea of more multilateralism, but I also don't like the idea of continuing with a few very big companies that are doing whatever they want over the internet. And so maybe the national level will be more important. I don't have an answer on how to build a new balance between all these the stakeholders. But indeed, there needs to be a reflection, which I think includes the IGF as a continuing entity, but also takes into account that by now, I mean, governments really have the need to put some hard rules over global businesses, and that this is the tension that is not going away. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Vittorio, and also thank you for asking tough questions. I see there are already reactions. Charles, do you have?
Maybe Aisha first, but there is a question online. Yeah.
Well, why don't you go ahead with the question?
Online? Okay. In fact, there was some discussions, and Bill already answered some of them, but I think one of the questions still online without a response maybe, from Shaima Akhtar, Chairperson Bangladesh Women IGF. Given the rise of AI, surveillance technologies, and the dominance of platform monopolies, should we now push for a more intersectional and right-based approach in defining digital governance, one that genuinely centers the lived realities of women, youth, and marginalized communities?
Thank you. And there were hands up, Aisha and Avri. Yes, please.
Just briefly, I wanted to build a bit on what has been said by other members here. I think that the IGF is a unique, Marcus, you've said this, a watering hole. And I really think that the way it is, it has evolved over 20 years. There are many ways in which each year it's a different experience. And I think that the range of stakeholders as it has expanded in all of the different stakeholder groups. So as we look forward, I think it's encouraging the topics that are important to people to be taken up here, whether in the workshops or in the main sessions. And I was very pleased this year to see resilience being there, because I believe that resilience is a challenge of the future. And it's not just about how to survive one shock. It's about how do you build the capacity across the layers, and how is this worked on across stakeholder groups to raise awareness about it. Now that, unfortunately, for the young people who don't wish that the internet didn't exist, it does. And our economies, our political systems, social, everything, we depend on this wonderful thing called the internet. So I just wanted to say that now I think an issue for everyone to come around together on is also resilience. How do we keep this being as reliable and secure as possible? And lastly, a shout out to you, Jovan. I'm still waiting for the new edition of the puzzle. Do you remember your puzzle?
Yes, it's coming. It's even more complicated.
Yes, thank you, Aisha and Avri.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I want to thank the comment that came in. And one of the things I want to remind us all is there was a time in the IGF where we couldn't even mention the word or the notion of rights of people, that we had long, long battles about, my God, rights belongs to some other department within the UN. You can't talk about rights. And fortunately, we're not doing a lot of it. And so the questioner is right. When can we start talking about them more? And any notion we have that IGF is bottom up is something that we should quit pretending. It is not. It hasn't been. And yeah, I'd love to see it bottom up, but it isn't. So, in others, you don't get to be bottom up by having an occasional consultation that you ignore. So that is. We are a tribe of groups. We come here in our tribes, and we argue for our points. But we've been told what points we're going to be able to argue from by those who control it. So I love the IGF. I love to see it continue, and I'd really like to see it become bottom up.
Thank you. Yeah, Charles?
Not from me. Alejandro raising his hand.
Oh, Alejandro, want to come in?
Yes, thank you. Complementing what Avery has just said, looking to the future of the IGF, another type of feedback I get is that we must make sure that it doesn't become like RightsCon winter. We have to make sure that we engage in these discussions substantively, the people that are decision makers and not only commercial representatives of businesses and higher level officials that don't stay apart in their own corrals, but we really get to have this conversation substantively. It has to be bottom up, but it has to reach whoever else is in the geometry. I won't say they are on the top, but they are at the center in effective political decision making, and we have to make sure that there's an engagement with them. Otherwise, it's too much corridor and too little really multi-stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would also like to open the discussion to the floor. There are microphones on the side, so the easiest way would be if those who have a comment or a question just align themselves behind one of the microphones. Yes, Raul, please.
Since there is maybe it's better to give priority to this.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First and foremost, my name is Jameson Olufui, Africa ICT Alliance, been in the ecosystem for quite a while. I want to salute all forerunners. Great job you've done, and we are still at it. First and foremost, I want to talk about the last point made about bottom-up. Actually, we need to understand that it has always been top-down. Always been top-down. So it's going to take a while before it becomes a bottom-up. Not as with ICANN. No, ICANN by design is bottom-up. And so we need patience, we need perseverance, and we need to continuously engage and talk about it. And that brings me to the second point about multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. I love multi-stakeholderism. I love it. It makes life easy. Everybody claim ownership, have ownership, for the common issue for the society. So it's the way to go. But I have an experience too that I will just share briefly. During the weekend, that is working group on the Enhanced Cooperation, a representative accused us in the private sector that we wanted to take over the work of government. So I had to make an explanation that indeed, no, we are helping the government to fulfill their objective, the responsibility to the citizens. So, and after that explanation, I think the accusation stopped. I never heard about it anymore. So I think we need to continuously engage and explain clearly our intention. Our intention is a better society, information society where nobody is left behind. And when we all work together, we will achieve together, and the government will achieve their purposes. Then thirdly, this is a question now with regard to Yuan. Yuan made a very important, at least comment about the issue of consensus. Like I recall, at the conclusion of WIGET in 2018, January 2018, we could not have consensus because we were expecting 100% consensus. But if what is said now is what we adopted, that is rough consensus, okay, or near consensus, 99% consensus, maybe we'll have had a kind of firm report that says this is the outcome of this group. So the question is, if we had had that report based on what you have said, do you think the follow-up summit of the future will still have happened? Because by July, the Secretary General set up the high-level panel on digital cooperation, and that led us to this because the WIGET failed. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we go to the microphone behind, and please introduce yourself.
Yep, thank you. Isra Rosas with the Internet Society. Just a brief question, and Juan hinted at it a little bit. If you were to give a single piece of advice to the WIS plus FEDECO facilitators on how to reach or generate consensus for this process, for the outcome document they are drafting, what would it be that you recommend to them? That's the only question that I have.
Okay, that's a short question, and I'll take it back to our panelists. And now, Henriette. Yeah.
Thanks, Marcus. Henriette Esterhuizen, past MAG member and past MAG chair. Do you think the IGF is ready to actually handle controversial issues? I think we've spent so many times, I support what Jovan is saying, this fear of putting enhanced cooperation on the agenda. Surely the IGF is mature enough now to be able to do that. This fear of putting issues that are controversial, such as fair tax payment, on the agenda by big tech companies. Do you feel the IGF is mature enough on the, to be able to do that? And I say that having worked, for example, as someone said, it took years before we could actually talk about human rights at the IGF. It took years before we could talk about LGBT issues at the IGF. Is the IGF finally mature enough to have a strategy which is including and facilitating debate on controversy, as opposed to a strategy which is based on avoiding any kind of risk or controversial topic?
All important questions. And again, back to the second microphone, please. Yes.
This Bertrand over there.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nandini. I'm from IT for Change India and part of the Civil Society Coalition Global Digital Justice Forum. So the panel made a lot of very insightful observations about how the relationship between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism should not be seen as antagonistic when we want the democratic governance bottom line. My question is, in recent years, we have seen a lot of digital governance issues, data governance issues in particular, being taken out of a democratic space and into very closed-door multilateral spaces, such as digital trade negotiations. So how does the panel think that, we could use the digital cooperation mechanisms available to us to counter the view? Because even as the GDC processes for data governance are ongoing, we still see those issues and many new bottom lines being sealed in trade deals and sometimes even regional closed-door plurilateral deals. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And Bertrand, please.
Good morning. My name is Bertrand de la Chapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. 2 comments. One, I'm very happy that both Juan and Jovan and others make a reference to the methodology and the way to work. What was striking from everything I understood from the working of the WIGIG was this interaction between people, and Avri was mentioning it as well, and indeed the role of the Secretariat, the capacity to make a summary and to present not only a one version that is watered down to get consensus, but something that says, there are different options. That was extremely important. The methodology was important, and it could be taken into account for the IGF itself, because as Jordan Carter was saying in another session earlier, the IGF is not supposed to make decisions. It is, in my view, to help frame the issues, to bring the different actors around one topic, so that instead of having different sessions addressing the different point of views on the same topic, the different actors can have the kind of interaction that you had within the WIGIG. And second, a very quick question. The WIGIG was a way out of some sort of roadblock at the end of the first phase of the WISIS. It created what all of you have said, and what I believe is still today the most multi-stakeholder process that has taken place in 20 years. We are now stuck with the question of what is going to be the future of the IGF. And I personally do not believe that the WSIS plus 20 process until December is going to solve the question of what are the next stages. So my question is, do you think that there would be a benefit in having a sort of new exercise of that sort, a new WIGIG after December, or call it, as we were discussing yesterday, a CSTD working group, whatever multi-stakeholder discussion on revision of the mandate of the IGF after 20 years and institutionalization of this organization that now should become a mature organization with funding and processes.
Thank you. Food for thought. And I see there are various colleagues who put their hand up. I think Raul was first, then Jovan.
Yes. Alejandro.
Sorry, Alejandro was already in the waiting room. Yes. Alejandro, please.
Thank you. Quick replies to Israel and to Henriette, and part of it has already been given by Bertrand. Consensus is not necessarily an objective of the IGF. It's more like conveying of different views, reminding ourselves also that it has to be non-duplicative. So if there's a forum like satellites and the ITU or what have you, then it's better to continue the discussion there, but after framing and bringing in new stakeholders that would be otherwise excluded. And to Henriette, and I think you'll agree, the IGF is mature for lots of much more controversial issues. The ones that are not mature enough are some of the stakeholders, some, I would say, particularly some governments that would prefer to continue power games in closed venues, or let's say government-only venues where the politics is more like, I'll trade you some internet governance for some oil or some water rights. So we have to make sure that they are as mature as the forum. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have Raul.
Yes. Thank you, Marcus. I cannot address all the points that were brought, so I will pick a couple of them. That's with regard to the maturity of IGF. I think that's aligned with what Alejandro said. I think, yes, the IGF is mature enough. And I remember that in 2013, IGF was the first place in the world where we had an open discussion about surveillance after Snowden revelation. And it was a high-level panel. I think that it was very good. Yeah, and I organized it.
It was one of the most difficult moderations.
Yeah.
I thought you were my friend.
The point is, I think that's the challenge is the commitment of the stakeholders to have those discussions. So I think that the tool is good and it's mature enough, but I think that the point of failure is that is the commitment of stakeholders to come and engage. And to be honest, and I think that all of us agree on this point, this is not the best moment for international cooperation. So I don't think that we can be very optimistic, at least in the short term. And that's it. With regard to the call that Israel asked about the what we would suggest to the facilitators, I'm not sure if you were talking about the work toward the December recommendations or the implementation or the recommendations themselves. But I think that the solution is exactly the point is exactly the same, and it's what Bertrand mentioned. I think with regard to the work of the toward the WSIS plus 20 evaluation, I think that the process has not been participative enough. And it would have been good to have an exercise like WIGIG and to evaluate and make the recommendations. But we still have time to include that as part of the recommendation for the future. So that I think that's the idea could be the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And Wolfgang and Avri as well. Yes. Okay.
I also.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just take a round pan. Start with Wolfgang. He was first.
Okay, yeah. The short answer to Bertrand's question is yes, certainly. Because we will see in December a situation where there is no consensus. And always, the best thing in such a situation, delegate the open questions to a working group. So in Germany, we say, if you nicht mehr weiter weißt, dann gründe einen Arbeitskreis. So that means if you are in a helpless situation, establish a working group and wait for the future, because this is not the time to reach an agreement. That's my, pessimistic preview for December. But I want to comment on another issue. When we discussed the IGF and the mandate, there was really the intention not to give the IGF a decision-making capacity, to give it only for discussion, because this has opened the mind, opened the ears, opened the eyes for everybody on equal footing. Everybody can talk to everybody. So, but you need, at least in the multi-stakeholder context, four for a tango. So, and that means if we didn't want to have a governmental controlled internet, but we are also rejecting a business controlled internet. That's why, the academic, the civil society community, the technical community was seen as an important part to bring all perspectives. What we see now is indeed, that we are coming in a situation where we have either the tech oligarchs or the governments who want to manage this. And, when Mark Zuckerberg made the announcement early January that he will stop content moderation, my first reaction was Mark Zuckerberg should come to the IGF and to explain his decision to the broader internet community. So I think this is what we need. We have to have the decision makers on the table for discussions, and then they can go home and can make the decisions where they have a mandate in their own corporation. But it's part of the accountability system also for the rulers of the internet of today. And this meets exactly what Vittorio has said. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one participant behind the microphone. Are you queuing behind the microphone? No, okay.
There is
hello.
Two behind the microphone, and then we go around here. But can you be very short? 1 minute?
Yes, sure. This is Hadi Al-Minyawi and following up with some of the controversial questions and following up on and hearing this discussion. So the IGF has been discussed is a forum to discuss issues and frame the issues in order to be discussed in a more formal way and come up with decisions and recommendations in the ITU. And that brings a question. So why would governments actually participate or take a role or be interested even in the discussions taking place in the Internet Governance Forum? And so I've heard others saying, governments would like to manage the IGF. Why would they be even interested in managing the IGF? If all what we do here is like discussing the issues, framing them, and then moving them to the ITU in order to be discussed in a multilateral form, and there the decisions are made. So, yeah, this is my question. Thank you.
Sebastian?
Usually I come to a microphone and I speak in French, but it seems that it's not possible here. Sébastien Bachelet, Isaac France and Uralo. I just wanted to ask two questions. The first one, how many government representatives are in the room? Because they will learn a lot. The second question, do you want already that we book the castle for you for the next discussion? Thank you.
Thank you.
French castle.
Okay, now we go back to the panel, and we have 5 minutes left. So, okay, we start with Avri.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a couple of questions. I had actually, Sebastian, that same question. I was wondering, looking around, trying to figure out how many might be government and such. I won't ask for a raise of hands, though I'd love to be able to ask for a raise of hands. Yeah, we have a couple at the table. Yeah, one. But anyway, I wanted to also come back to people talking about the models. And I think one of the things that happened is with Working Group on Internet Governance, to get back to that, the whole discussion about multi-stakeholder and multi-stakeholderism and multi-stakeholder models really began in earnest. There were certainly examples of it before then, but the model discussion. And at this point, we've gotten where we really have to recognize that the model that we have at the IGF is really just one example of a way to do it. We now have many other models. We have to do more work, and it could even be a good thing to do at the IGF, of understanding the pervasive number of models. The other thing we have to understand is, one of the things that was talked about was IGF does not make a decision. There are multi-stakeholder models that do make decisions. For example, ICANN was brought up. But there you have a case of marrying sort of a multi-stakeholder, bottom-up policy making with a top-down corporation doing its thing, and that marriage itself is really quite a fascinating thing that needs studying. So there are an immense number of models, and my last thing was on advice. It's patient perseverance.
Good. Thank you. Juan, which very short.
Yes, yeah. I didn't want to talk about it. I want to react to what you said, because maybe I'm the only government representative in the room. And I can say that why there's no interest of government to come to IGF. And one of the things that we discuss in WIGI, the roles and responsibility of stakeholders. But we need to define the roles and responsibility of the processes that are surrounding WISIS. And that is not very well understood. I found out by experience that the IGF is fantastic as an agenda setter, as framing the issues. And maybe I'm not agreeing with Avery. I think we have still, it can be improved the bottom up, but still there's some bottom up, because the workshops are proposed from the bottom, and also now we have the NRI, the national and regional IGF. So the IGF is good to bring to the table problems and issues that may not be aware, not even by the governments of their own countries themselves, because of the candor in which it's presented during the IGF, especially if you've been in the IGF that was being held in developing countries. The two where there were in Brazil, the one in Mexico, the one in Kenya, when they're, okay. So I think that's a good thing. So I think that what we need, Bertrand, after this process of the WISIS plus 20, is to really define what is the role of the IGF. The IGF has to be the agenda setter. That's the role of the IGF. And in the WISIS forum, the action. And
thank you. There may be others.
Okay.
A very last word.
Maybe quick comment from the Jameson, why governments are not coming. They are not finding answers to their questions. That's it. 193 member states, easier than few thousand members of the IGF. Now, we should not do government bashing. As Jimson said, we should explain why they can benefit. Bottom up, let's use it with AI. This is now a crucial battle. Can we preserve our knowledge through bottom-up AI? Not even internet governance. This is critical battle which is happening now and here. Are we ready to start these discussions?
Last 50 seconds.
That's it.
Bill?
All right. Well, obviously not enough time to say anything. On controversial questions, Henriette, I would just say, remember how much time it took to talk about so-called critical internet resources. The first couple of years of IGF, everybody was so stressed, we couldn't even begin to have the conversation. One way to strengthen the ability of the IGF to actually take on these issues is to give us a permanent mandate. If everybody would stop worrying that somehow the mandate would be snatched back from us if we do anything wrong, then maybe we could get into things more. I also want to just say quickly, the woman who mentioned the trade questions, trade has been brought up in the IGF. It's been very hard to talk about trade issues in the IGF because trade people don't understand this space or care much about it, and often it's hard for people in this space to get their head around how things work in trade. Last point on the new group thing. I think less than a new group to talk about the IGF's future narrowly We need a group that thinks about the relationship between internet governance, data governance, AI governance, and so on. Digital governance. There's a lot of confusion. There's just an enormous amount of conceptual gunk out there, and this translates into proposals to do things like changing the name of the IGF and so on. And I think we need to get these issues sorted out and take into account what's already been discussed and learned by people out there in the field who do these things professionally, among other things. Oh, by the way, I can't think of one thing the ITU has done on internet governance. I don't see the IGF as just making inputs to the ITU.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for contributing, the participants and the panelists. And what you could see is that 20 years after, we still talk to each other and we're still friends. So that is a lasting legacy. Please join me giving all the panelists a big hand, and thank you all.
Bravo, Bill.
Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us in this open forum session on the enhancing the role of the Internet Governance Forum through Global Digital Compact Forum and WSIS Plus 20 review processes. So my name is Yoichi Ida, the former Assistant Vice Minister at the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And we have excellent 5 speakers on my side, 4 on next to me, and the 1 online. So thank you very much to all the panelists for joining me in this session. And let me introduce quickly the 5 speakers. First, we have Miss Marit Parovilta, if I pronounce correctly, and Deputy Director General at Connect Europe. And second, we have Mr. Murilo Salvador from Youth IGF. Thank you very much. And next, we have Mr. William Lee from the Australian government working at the infrastructure, transport, regional development, and communications, sport, and the art ministry. You have a lot of work. And then we have also the government of Germany, Mr. Philipp Schulte, from Ministry for Digital Transformation and Government Modernization of Germany. Very welcome. And last but of course at least, we have Ms. Gitanjali Sa, the Strategy and Policy Coordinator from ITU Online. Okay, so let me quickly jump into the content of the session. As many of you recognize, we have a very impactful discussion on internet governance over the last few years. We saw a Global Digital Compact agreed last September in the sideline of the UN General Assembly. And now we are in the middle of the follow-up process. And many of you saw and remember the articulation of the importance of IGF in the Global Compact. And just like me, I hope many of you are more or less satisfied with the articulation, but we still have a lot to do during the process coming to come in the next month. We will have the WSIS Plus 20 review process quickly, and we had the first preparatory meeting at the end of May in New York, and only last week we had the element paper coming up on the website, and we are now in the process of analyzing the elements. We will have 0 draft in August, and we will have the second preparatory meeting in mid-October. And then the UN provide information that we will have the first draft outcome document in November, which need to be negotiated to reach the final consensus in a high-level meeting on the sideline of General Assembly in the middle of December this year. So we have a very important process to come in front of us, and today I want to discuss how we can make our IGF even stronger and more robust through this negotiation, and what would be the point, what would be the priorities for us, and in particular from the viewpoint of different stakeholders, and then how we can achieve those priorities. That is the major points of this session. So without further ado, I would like to ask a question to individual panelists. So the first question, having looked at the progresses over the last 1 or 2 years, what are your priorities or targets in the coming WSIS Plus 20 review and global digital compact follow-up process? So I would like to first invite Mr. William Lee. Your government issued non-paper, and what are the major points in the paper, and what do you think you Australian government wants to achieve?
Thank you, and thank you very much for having me. My name is William Lee. I'm the WSIS Plus 20 policy lead for the Australian Government's Department of Infrastructure and Communications and many other things. As you mentioned, Australia only recently published a non-paper on the WSIS Plus 20 process, which sets out some of our objectives and some of the ideas that we think might be worthy of consideration and conversation. What I will say at the start is that we have put this out as a conversation starter. It's not necessarily where we think the final outcome will be, and it's not necessarily the final outcome that our government will support. But what we have tried to do is understand what different parts of the global community see as important, and taken through the evidence that exists, what are some of the ideas that could come forward. I think it's probably prudent to start on the question of the Internet Governance Forum, given we are here in Norway at the moment. And I think one of the key things for us is to secure the long-term future of the IGF, both in terms of its function, its mandate, but also the resourcing that it needs to deliver. One of the key things that we hear time and time again is the question of inclusivity, and how do we bring the tens or thousands of people, the hundreds of thousands of people that are interested in digital issues together. It's obviously not practical that everyone comes to the global IGF, but what we have seen through the WSIS process over the last 20 years is some really, really strong national and regional initiatives emerge, youth IGFs emerge, other processes emerge. And one of the things that we would like to see is a conversation about how we start a cycle of conversation between the global IGF and these national and regional initiatives, so that all voices can be heard at all levels of the conversation and nothing is lost in those processes. We would love to see as many people as possible at the global IGF from as many different regions and stakeholders as possible. And while we have some ideas about how we may be able to raise money to better support those that need it to be able to participate in some of these conversations, we also recognise that there is a need to connect those conversations together so that no matter the resources and capability of each stakeholder, we make sure that those voices are not lost in the process. I think other elements that are really important for us, cultural and linguistic diversity, I think really valuable. I think dealing with the online environment that we now face, really challenging, but I think really important. How do we provide a safe online environment? How do we address the questions around digital platforms? How do we strengthen information integrity online? I think the question of youth empowerment and engagement is really central. I think youth is the future of this digital world, and they are delivering things that we would never have thought possible. But how do we connect their voice at every stage of that conversation? How do we innovate? How do we encourage entrepreneurs? How do we support small and medium businesses engage with their online world? Of course, universal and meaningful connectivity is really, really important. There is still a third of the world offline. That is mostly a usage gap rather than a coverage gap. And it's a question of how do we connect some of those ideas, and we've explored some of the ways to do that. And then finally, how do we really monitor and evaluate the work that we're putting in? I don't think it's any secret to say that the UN system and the global environment and governments ourselves are facing increasing budgetary and other challenges. So every dollar and cent that goes into supporting our digital environment, whether that's from the private sector, the technical community, civil society groups, academia, governments, how do we make sure all of those initiatives are driving towards outcomes that we want to achieve? And finally, one of the things that I will say in the non-paper that we have presented is this idea of communities of practice. And the purpose behind that is really that question of how do we focus energy and effort from all parts of the community into problems that we know exist, challenges that we know are being articulated, and digital gaps or digital divides that need to be closed and bridged. And so one of the ways we think we can do that is through bringing together stakeholders around particular topics and issues for a time-limited period to really focus in on particular issues and drive outcomes forward. And the IGF as an institution is a really valuable way to bring all of those conversations together. I'll pause there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, William, for this very much comprehensive comment, and also the stress on the inclusivity and also diversity, which are two of the most important elements the IGF is realizing in this formulation. So thank you very much for the comment. And now I would like to turn to Mr. Philip Schulte to talk about the viewpoint from probably European perspective. We have the kind of agreement on the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board, and maybe that concept is also very important in your comment.
Yes, thank you, Luigi. Thank you for having me, and also congratulations to Australia for this excellent non-paper. First people already were quoting the paper to me, so I think that's already a success here. Congratulations. And indeed, as the Australia and other UN member states were thinking about the process, I mean, way ahead already before the Elements paper, which was published last Friday, came to us. The EU will negotiate as a whole, as a bloc in the UN system, was finding common positions already, like in the last month, and was also trying to come up with a positive approach and bringing some ideas in it. And indeed, the sounding board was a non-paper by the EU and its member states, and we are really pleased to say that see that the co-facilitator took up the idea. And I mean, it's not one-to-one translated, but I mean, it also was only a discussion paper from us. But we are really pleased to see that they took up the idea and have started a call for application for MAC members, and then like of the current MAC and the leadership panel, and I think 10 members of the current MAC and the leadership panel will be in the sounding board, and it's completely informal. It's not institutionalized, so it's not a heavy bureaucracy, but it's one mean for the co-facilitators to have some to test some ideas, to exchange views, since being a co-facilitator can be a heavy burden. It's a lot of work for the delegations in New York, so I think that's might be a helpful tool to support the co-facilitators. Then on the original question on priorities, I mean, I totally agree what William said. That are also a lot of them are also priorities of German government, but also of the European Union. indeed, a key priority, and that doesn't come as a surprise to you, will be the Internet Governance Forum and a meaningful stakeholder participation at the Internet Governance Forum, but also through other Internet governance processes. And one way, indeed, is, well, one idea how to implement that is the sounding board. But speaking about the IGF, it's a renewal of the mandate would be awesome, but maybe we can even, dream a bit more and not only have a new rule for 5 years, but maybe a long-term renewal. And of course, I mean, that's always the topic when we talk about the IGF is the financial foundation of the IGF. We have some, I mean, we did some good efforts in the last year. The leadership panel helped a lot in raising funds, and I think we can build on that. And I think the voluntary funding is a good. I think it's actually an asset of the IGF that, and we see that in the current budget crisis, that is actually an advantage of the IGF, that is voluntary funding. And I think we should keep voluntary funding, but we might also discuss if like a part of the funding can be integrated in the UN budget. We are at least open-minded to have this discussion, and we're also happy to receive ideas on this. Then, I mean, it's not only about money, but it's also about people and ideas. And here, one thing which is in our internal analysis about the IGF and the multi-stakeholder system is that we would like to have a stronger voice of the IGF in other multilateral, but also in other multi-stakeholder fora. And we think that one idea the EU will promote during the Business Forum is to strengthen the IGF Secretariat in particular through appointment of a director position. So this existed in the past, but was then kind of forgotten because of budgetary constraints. But we think that could really strengthen the IGF and could create, a better leadership, and could be, it would be easier for other UN agencies also to integrate in exchange with the IGF Secretariat and so on. So these are priorities. Other priorities, of course, is for the visits is the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. We think that we could strengthen the role in the visits process, since human rights issues and human-centric design of technologies will become more and more important with new topics rising up. And the EU will definitely advocate for that. And and then the visits is not only about content, but it's very much also about the process itself. And I mean, we have the sounding board now, but we will also advocate for strong and meaningful multi-stakeholder participation through the whole process to the very end. And I think that will be also a top priority for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those very insightful comments. And actually, the common position of EU is always making a lot of impact on the negotiation, in particular between the groups of countries. And I think the Euro strategy will be very important for other like-minded partners. So now we have heard from two governments, and now I would like to invite the Gitanjali online to ask about a kind of perspective of international organization. So Gitanjali, floor is yours.
Thank you, Yoichi-san. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, and apologies for not being there in person. I will be joining IGF on the 25th. We have our ITU Council ongoing, so we have been quite busy here. Of course, WISIS, like we heard before from Philip and William, is really digital cooperation in action. Currently, we work with more than 50 UN entities. If you would like a UN perspective, it's really one UN in action looking at digital cooperation issues. And each one of us, based on our respective mandates, implement or co-implement different WISIS action lines. For example, ITU leads the facilitation of infrastructure, cybersecurity, capacity building, and enabling environment. Similarly, WHO for e-health, ILO for e-employment. And you'll see this beauty of the framework in the WISIS plus 20 action line assessments that the WISIS action line facilitators have made, and it's available online on the WISIS forum page as well as the WISIS plus 20 review page. This is a valuable piece of document because it highlights the emerging trends, challenges from the perspective of the UN agencies facilitating these action lines. We have taken this process, of course, very seriously, especially the key UN agencies involved. We launched a joint preparatory process in September, September 2022, actually, where we started designing a roadmap. ITU Secretary General has a WISIS plus 20 roadmap that we present to our membership. UNESCO has their WISIS plus 20 roadmap that they will present to their governing body, and so does the CSTD. This preparatory process, of course, we had the annual session of the UN CSTD where the ECOSOC resolution, draft ECOSOC resolution was approved by member states. We had the UNESCO conference, and we will soon have the ITU and other UN agencies WISIS forum, and of course IGF with UN UNCTAD right now. We saw the commitment of ITU's membership during the ITU Council, which is ongoing right now. We presented the WISIS documents where they actually showed the commitment towards the not only in what we've achieved in the 20 years, but also the future of the WISIS process. William, congratulations for the Australian paper, and Switzerland also has a non-paper on WISIS plus 20, very good documents. And the WISIS COFAX came up with the Elements paper, also appreciate that. But of course, we will be providing our feedback also in the sense that important multi-stakeholder platform like WISIS Forum is missing from the paper. So we will be providing our feedback on it as well. In terms of the priorities, Yuichi-san, we look at, of course, digital inclusivity, bridging the digital divides. It's really unacceptable that 38% of the African population only has access to the internet. Gender disparities remain with 189 million more men online than women globally. Rural populations are, of course, disappropriately affected as well. And capacity building, skills training. With the evolution of technology, we really have to ensure that digital skills and capacity building tools and knowledge are in place for people. Of course, for our priorities, the multi-stakeholder framework, it remains one of the key successes of WISIS, where we have been working together to address the complexities of the digital world. As part of the WISIS plus 20 review, it's also essential to highlight and strengthen the role of the Internet Governance Forum for Global Digital Governance, WISIS Forum for grassroots development. Both have been essential in crystallizing dialogue and developing concrete outcomes. The WISIS stock-taking database, which has more than 2 million subscribers and 15,000 entries, really remains a vital tool for capturing real digital impact. And these are the WISIS regional and national initiatives which have been inputted by the stakeholders on their own. Every year we have a call for action to update the projects. And the WISIS prizes, we had a record number of submissions this year, 972, with an increased global engagement of 2.2 million votes. So this really shows the real enthusiasm and the commitment that the stakeholders have towards all of these processes. Of course, we would like to say, Yuichi-san, that the WSIS framework has evolved with the evolution of technology because the action lines have provided a great framework. With respect to the GDC, we look at it as a booster to the WSIS process. And the UNGIS group, the United Nations group, came up with a matrix that maps the GDC objectives with the WSIS action lines and the WSIS process in general. And it really shows that we are already implementing the objectives of GDC, and we stand ready, as the CSTD COSOC resolution mentioned, that the WSIS architecture stands ready to implement the GDC objectives. I'll end by saying that WSIS has focused on building adaptive governance processes and can keep pace with rapid evolution of technology. And we need to ensure that we have a very dynamic process so that we can evolve and meet the challenges and opportunities presented by new technologies. Back to you, Hyuchi-san.
Okay, thank you very much, Gitanjali-san, for the very insightful comment, and also the UN negotiation and discussion process is always complicated, and even for us government officials, and your formulation and organization of the different elements and the existing resources is quite useful for us. So thank you very much, and we fully agree to the point that made by Gitanjali and also Philip, and the inclusivity and the meaningful participation of stakeholders is critically important, in particular when we look back at the process of GDC negotiation last year. So now I would like to invite Marit, Miss Marit Paravieta, for your priorities from the business perspective.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation to be part of this panel today. So my name is Marit Paravieta. I'm the Deputy Director General at Connect Europe. And for those who don't know us, so we're a Brussels-based trade association, and we represent the European telecom operators. So our members invest a lot in networks in Europe, but also beyond. And the total investment represents about 70% of the European telecom investment. So quite a large part of the telecom market. And we have traditionally, for years, been a firm supporter of the multi-stakeholder model. And we recently also updated our positioning a little bit and published a position paper to explain what does this mean to a private sector, but also specifically to telecom operators. And so you might ask, what is the benefit of the multi-stakeholder model for us specifically, and also of the IGF? So I think that to give you an answer, so first of all, I think our members, they drive really the digital transformation, not only of the European continent, but also beyond. So some of our largest members are present in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and of course, providing connectivity services. And connectivity services are today running on open and global IP protocols. And the whole this technical foundation that is still very solid and firm is very important for operators to be able to provide these interoperable and connectivity services. And of course, this process is firmly backed up by the multi-stakeholder model and has been so for quite some time. So that's a very clear benefit for us. The second benefit is more than in the area of policy, and specifically the IGF. So we believe that the IGF and in general the internet governance sphere is very important for aligning common principles for different policy issues. And for us, this is really more about policy shaping than about policy making. So, of course, laws are made, in our case, in Europe, but this global forum really allows us to exchange with different stakeholders and also to understand and learn what's going on in the world. And in many ways, I think one of the benefits of the IGF is that it's so inclusive and open that for a private sector representative like ourselves, we come here much easier than we would perhaps go to I don't know, some of the formalized meetings at the ITU or the OECD. And just for your information, we are a sector member of the ITU as well, and also part of the OECD BIAC. But in terms of time spent and resources, the IGF seems to be an easier forum for us to engage. And just for the priorities on the WSIS plus 20, so this is of course something that governments are hands-on negotiating, but we are very firmly calling for the continuation of the IGF mandate, and very much for the reasons that I just mentioned. We believe that this is truly an invaluable forum to promote the multi-stakeholder engagement and to discuss the different policy issues. And then in which shape or form, we know very well that there's issue with budgeting, that also the let's say the stability or the exact form and shape is still under discussion. So we are exchanging on these and liaising at the regional level with our policymakers, and also then hoping to have our voice heard in the discussions, which we of course cannot really attend, and also due to resourcing issues, it is challenging. On the GDC priority, it is very important for us that the implementation will be, of course, a success. And we would be also supportive of including the multi-stakeholder approach or different stakeholders in the implementation phase. And I think, for example, for our sector, so we have meaningful connectivity as part of the GDC framing. And of course, it is very important for us to understand then how will this be measured, and what are we, at the end, expected to do, because the implementation will happen as a partnership between governments and private sector, also, of course, of the not-for-profit in some cases. So again, there, the multi-stakeholder aspect is very important. I would also agree, I think it was William who mentioned that when we talk about the implementation, it's not only about the coverage, it's also about the usage. So looking at this whole, what is meaningful connectivity, and taking a kind of ecosystemic point of view. Because also in Europe, we see very well that today we have more coverage than we actually have uptake of the services. So maybe those are my introductory remarks on this important topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marit, for the comment, and I cannot agree more to the point that IGF is so unique place where the different stakeholders meet each other on equal basis. And actually, this is a very, very important venue for the government officials to learn how we can work in multi-stakeholder approach together with other stakeholders. So thank you very much for the comment. And now I would like to invite the youth representative, Mr. Murilo Salvador.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Murilo. I'm here representing the Swiss Youth IGF, but also the global the global Youth IGF, which is a network of the Youth IGFs in more than 40 countries. And we, of course, have been organizing national, regional events. We have been developing capacity building programs and policy consultations to represent this youth voice that, as you said, is extremely important. Because youth brings fresh perspective. The youth are digital natives, so they have this know-how sometimes that we want to make explicit and to inform the policy making in a way that gives equity to the different voices and that includes the different diverse perspectives in terms of backgrounds and countries, of course. So at the Youth IGF, we believe that youth inclusion is not just optional, it is essential. And if we focus, of course, on the future role of the IGF, we, from our experience, can propose 4 priorities, which are not just principles for us, but should be ideally targets, measurable targets towards youth-led accountability mechanism for these 4 principles. So our first principle, of course, already been mentioned, digital inclusion. It is crucial to ensure that we have affordable, reliable, secure access of the internet for all, especially in underserved regions. And here we can, of course, cross this notion with the global majority and the youth in the global majority. Digital skills and literacy, that's our first principle. Second principle, my apologies, and here we highlight the competencies to meaningfully engage online, so not only have access, but also have the capacity to meaningfully engage in the digital economy, to understand technology from a critical point of view, so as to develop that digital citizenship, which is essential looking forward into the future. Our third principle I'd like to highlight here concerns safety and mental health, a huge issue now, of course, increasingly important now. So addressing the harms that are caused by mental health, addressing the disinformation online, and developing this holistic idea of digital well-being is crucial for an organization like the IGF, thinking into the future. And fourth principle that I want to put forward here is the participation in the governance, or that's the final step. So ensuring that these formal mechanisms to contribute and to co-create the policies that, of course, being here myself is part of that, but it's much broader than that, and that's our first priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all five speakers for your very, very insightful and also the forward-looking comment and the also the very strategic priorities. So, having heard from all of you about your priorities and the targets in the process coming, such as WSIS review and also GDC follow-up, how do you think those priorities and the targets can be achieved, and what is your strategy? What would you recommend to governments who work in the negotiations, and also what do you recommend to maybe DESA or UN people on how to ensure the meaningful participation in the process? So first, on this question, let me invite Gitanjali online for your opinions on the proposals or recommendations on how to achieve those priorities.
Thank you, Yoichi-san. So, of course, from our side, from the UN perspective, the follow-up will require a coordinated, inclusive, and action-oriented strategy. And really, from what we hear from all stakeholders is that we should have a lot of ambition to ensure that all those priorities can be achieved. So our approach is anchored in the WSIS legacy, which puts people at the center of digital transformation, promotes multi-stakeholder cooperation, and builds agile governance for the future. We do know that we have to be agile to be able to evolve with the change in technologies. So we will deepen our coordination through the United Nations Group on Information Societies, ensuring that there is no duplication and that we are working in sync based on each other's mandates and priorities to ensure that we have a UN system-wide digital and all these actions are aligned and they're complementary. We do know that there are a lot of restrictions in, of course, resources right now. So we have to be sure that we don't duplicate and then we complement each other. Of course, from our side as UN agencies, we really feel that we need to continue to build on the platforms of the Internet Governance Forum and the WSIS Forum to ensure that they're able to provide wider consultations. So we have these open consultation processes that where we are able to gather views and inputs of all stakeholders so that we can build these the programs, the agendas, and really to shape policy, as one of the speakers mentioned before me as well. And also representation of the grassroots and the unrepresented stakeholders or underrepresented stakeholders. No, so really the importance of these platforms to be able to provide all these inputs from different communities. then digital transformation really must work for everyone. So to be able to to prioritize digital skills and capacity building, we need to highlight the action line on capacity building. So ITU is currently leading the facilitation of it with UNDP and with many other UN agencies, especially UNESCO, UNITAR, and so on and so forth. Also promoting local ownership, and having like tailored local solutions, capacity building program is really important for the success of any process like this as well. Some of you did mention for us, it's really important that we also have measurable impact. Currently, the WSIS action lines do not have any targets and indicators. So it's really difficult for us as UN action line facilitators to be able to give quantitative measurements and figures for what we've achieved for the action lines. So we can, of course, use qualitative indicators, but quantitative are very few. The targets set in the WSIS outcome documents were really like overarching targets, like how many schools are connected, how many hospitals are connected, and so on and so forth, but really not concrete on how the action lines can be measured. We will leverage the WSIS Plus 20 review also to propose approaches that are really flexible and adaptive, especially in the face of AI, big data, immersive technologies. Of course, ethical frameworks, they really remain very important to UN agencies. And I did mention before, but complementing, of course, a complementary framework for WSIS and the GDC, avoid duplication and maximizing our synergies. The UN bodies that are involved in the WSIS implementation are already working on it, and we think that we will be able to offer a tested and an inclusive implementation model to deliver on the GDC commitment. So in summary, Yoichi-san, build on the 20 years of WSIS success, strengthen the multi-stakeholder partnerships and collaborations, mobilize digital cooperation across all levels, the UN at the national, regional, and international level as well. Of course, regional commissions, we work very closely with them, and to ensure that digital transformation advances equality and the internationally agreed development goals. Back to you, Yuichi-san.
Okay, Gitanjali-san, thank you very much for the very concrete proposals and the comments and strategic viewpoints. In particular, the coordination inside UN would be very important, and that is one of the stressed points in the GDC negotiation last year. And also measurable indicators would be very important, and that is something before us to do in the coming month. So having listened to these points and the also representation would be very important, in particular from the communities in the little bit less strong position. From that point of view, I would like to invite again Murilo. On your opinion, how do you think your priorities can be achieved, and what do you think the major roles of the youth community, and how do you think you can materialize your priorities, or how other communities or governments or other generations can help youth community take your role?
Thank you for the great question. I'll try to be concise. So a lot of this we're already doing, and this goes in the spirit of the GDC that refers to the WSIS outcomes as a foundation on which to build, and the Youth IGF is already providing a good foundation that should be further supported, I think. So we have 3 points to answer your question. One is working on youth capacity, the second is working on youth voice and decision making, and the third is promoting that intergenerational collaboration that you mentioned too. So just to elaborate on each point very quickly, the first point, youth community roles here are important. So our youth community, the Youth IGF in each national chapter, we are already mobilizing and educating and organizing the youth, already co-developing these policy recommendations and bringing them here and then translating back the outcomes to these to the local peers. So this is the work that we are already doing, and that we ask of continuous support as we think of the future. Second point, of course, thinking about youth voice and enabling that voice, everything goes back to funding. So funding the youth, funding us, being here, of course, being able to speak here, but also more broadly our activities. If we think about moving from guaranteeing access to enabling meaningful participation, as we have already mentioned, to a final, let's say, ambition of having a co-ownership sort of ideal for youth in this global arenas. Now, the third point, as I mentioned, intergenerational collaboration is essential. Here, mentorship, of course, providing these mentorship opportunities is something that we call for. Resource sharing from other communities to the youth communities, that's essential too. As I mentioned, we have this financing. And then thinking about not just including us, but also being our allies and not just speaking for us, but opening the doors for us and letting us speak for ourselves, because as I mentioned, we already do this work of gathering input and formulating recommendations. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very future-looking comment, and also these are very important role of youth community, and we are discussing for the future of internet, and the future of internet will be owned by the youth generation. So that is very important. And they talked about some support from other communities and also co-ownership. So having listened to these points, and what is your view, Marit, from a business perspective? How do you think you can achieve your priorities, and also how do you think you can business community can help other communities?
Yes, so thank you very much. On the goals of WSIS, I'm just, I think I very much agreed with what also Jitan Jali just said about not duplicating and being simple. So when we think about our participation, but I'm also thinking other communities, non-governmental communities, I think simplicity is key. It's key in terms of the alignment of the different global policy processes. So we have the SDGs now, we have the WSIS plus 20, we have GDC. It's a lot of processes that are in one way or another overlapping and let's say perhaps complementary as well. But I think if you want to encourage participation from private sector, it would be good that all these different goals and implementation processes would be in one way or another aligned. So, simplicity is key. And I think the same goes also for different governance processes. So there has been and was a discussion about, for example, AI governance. So there's a lot of expert bodies and processes. We have the same in Europe at the regional level as well. So again, it becomes then very complex for stakeholders like ourselves to dedicate time and resources to meaningfully contribute. So I think avoiding duplication and simplicity, that would be really my number one. I also like the point I think Philip made it on reinforcing the regional, or the link between the regional initiatives and the global ones. So we, for example, we very much work with the European Internet Governance Forum as well, the EuroDig. And I think that, for many communities who maybe even have less resources than ourselves, they could use this regional event as a first kind of a base to go and discuss and exchange. And then there is a mechanism, if there was somehow a clearer link also to bring these messages to the global forum, then that could also be very effective from our point of view. And I think lastly, and it was already mentioned, and I also mentioned it myself, so I think more stability at the IGF level, that would, I don't know, remove a lot of distraction. So now every 5 years we're discussing the process a lot, simply because there's a renewal of the mandate. So I think that some level of permanence and funding would really help us also then focus on the key policy issues at hand and really focus on the substance and these important issues that we all need to exchange on. So I think those would be my 3 messages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We fully agree to this point, in particular, the simplicity or streamlining the discussion, and so many emerging topics and policy items which we have to tackle for our policy for the future. So, having listened to those views from different communities, I would like to ask a government perspective from 2 speakers. So, first, I would like to invite probably Philip on your priorities and the understanding on how to achieve those priorities.
Thank you. Just before to react on some of the points mentioned, first of all, I actually think one of the main benefits is the engagement at the IGF, and I would say it's even for government easier to engage at the IGF level, and I think that's a huge benefit, and that's also why we come here and present our strategies and our priorities, because here we actually get the input to make them better and to make them fit for the system and for the stakeholders. So, and then on the second point, when we talk about the IGF, we always we need more funding and we need to extend. But actually, and that's all true, yeah, but actually it works out also pretty well, yeah. So the Secretariat is doing an amazing job. UNDSA is really committed. And so we have this amazing conference. We had last year an amazing conference in Kyoto that was a major success. So we have huge events which are always complicated to organize, but they are successful. People come there are 8,000 people, they have a good time, they have a great conference, and I think we should value that and we should communicate that maybe better. Yeah, so this is really a conference. If you want to discuss digital policy on an international or global level, there's no other conference such as the IGF, and you really have to come here, yeah, to discuss and to meet the people. And I think that's a great value, and maybe we should be a bit better and communicate it. So coming back to our priorities, I mean, I mentioned, and there's always the money question. We're supporting the IGF, but we're also supporting other organizations. But then it's not only about money; it's also about people and ideas. So what we did in Germany is, so we thought, okay, what can we do, and what's really low key, kind of easy thing to support the community. And we established a fellowship, International Digital Policy, for young adults from 18 to 30 years. And we support them to come to the IGF, but also to other international and multilateral conferences, such as the AI Summit or at the AI Action Summit, but also the CSTD. So we have 16 young people who are really eager to learn about the community, and we help them to get engaged in the community. So we introduce them to people they might want to talk to. We pay the travel cost, but also we explain what's going on, how is the IGF, why should be engaged. And I think that's compared to other government programs, little money with a huge impact. And it really can help the community, because these people now know how it goes, know the multi-stakeholder approach, know how the IGF was established, how the IGF works, how the community thinks. And now they can find their own way into the community, which is, even it's very inclusive, is sometimes a bit, difficult to approach the people who work in WSIS for 20 years, who are really experienced, and you come in as a newcomer. I mean, you might experience that better, but it's sometimes a bit. Even when I started my position, I was a bit shy and didn't know all the ideas before, and so I think that's really helpful, and that can help not only the not only the national IGF, but also the regional IGF, and also the global IGF in the end. And I will stop here since we have only 4 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for mentioning Kyoto IGF. Actually, we learned a lot from Berlin IGF when we formulate the Kyoto IGF. So sorry for the management of time, but last question. What is your strategy to achieve your priorities?
Thanks very much. Look, I'll be very brief. I think what we are doing is building a bridge to cross those digital divides. The IGF is a core component of that through the WSIS. Firstly, digital is complex. There are many, many different issues at the moment, and there are many, many experts who are really across different parts of that digital landscape. Second, I think as governments, we need practical solutions. We are looking at problems, all of these problems together, and looking towards the global community to show us how we can solve them. So if you have a practical idea, something that you would like the global community to consider, then that is something that we as governments want to hear. Thirdly, I think it's really important to be bold and to be positive in what we're thinking. The IGF is a testament to the positivity over the last 20 years and its enduring nature, regardless of what is happening outside of this conference venue, is its success. And I think for it to continue to be a success, we need to continue to look at bold and positive ideas for the future. And then finally, we often talk about stakeholder groups in isolation. We talk about governments, civil society, technical community, business community, academia, youth. I actually think the IGF's enduring value is its ability to bring all of those groups together and have conversations like this that cut across those stakeholder groups. And so I would only encourage those conversations to continue as we go forward for the next 6 months, to continue to show the value that the IGF will bring. I said at the beginning that we're building a bridge, and the hardest part about building a bridge is the moment before you connect the two parts, where both parts are teetering on the edge and there may be a storm or something come along and knock them out. But the second you join them, it's a really, really strong and enduring structure. And I would really encourage everyone to think about how we join those bridges together over the course of the next coming months and years. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the story. And so I understood, the storm of WSIS Plus 20 review is coming, and our work to bridge, making the bridge has to be done, and that in the end, the IGF will be even stronger. And the important thing is to continue our work without stopping, and also learning each other. So I think time is running out, but I just want to take one question from the floor. If you have any question to one or two or even more of the speakers. Do you have any questions? Is there any question online? Okay, I think the discussion was so clear that nobody has question anymore. That makes us very happy, and thank you very much for the very active discussion. And actually, I myself learned quite a lot from the discussion from the speakers. And one of the most important learnings here is continue our work all together and keep learning from each other. And until not the end, but also connect the bridge the complete, and then we will have even more robust IGF beyond the WSIS Plus 20 review. So thank you very much for the discussion, and thank you very much for joining us to everybody on site and online. I hope this will be some helpful learning for everybody. And one of the things we learned here is let's keep in contact and working together and go beyond WSIS plus 20 review. So thank you very much, and the session is concluded.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this panel titled Nowhere to Hide, Accountability to Fight Global Ransomware. My name is Giacomo Persipaoli. I'm the head of the Security and Technology Program at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR, and I have the pleasure of being your moderator today. So welcome, whether you're joining us here in person in Oslo or online. We really look forward to engaging with you throughout this event. If you're following us here in the room, please be mindful that you have to wear your headset, and we are actually broadcasting on channel 5 for this meeting. Over the course of the panel, there will be the opportunity for you to engage with our expert speakers and ask questions. If you are here in the room, you will see microphones at the periphery of the seating area. And if you are online, please do submit your questions in the chat. We have a dedicated moderator that will be passing them on to me, and then I will extend them to our expert speakers. So why ransomware? Well, ransomware has emerged as an urgent global challenge, with attacks growing by nearly 300% last year alone. Now, ransomware in itself isn't new. So the question comes, how is it possible that despite the fact that we all know what ransomware is, it's still having such a devastating impact on cybersecurity? How come that these percentages keep growing? And that's probably a combination of different factors. On one side, there is definitely the technology factor. The technology factor that is making these ransomware campaigns more complex, more sophisticated, more difficult to detect, quicker to deploy at scale. There is also another evolution of the threat landscape, which is the emergence of commercial off-the-shelf ransomware tools or cybercrime as a service that has really broadened the base and lowered the barriers for cyber criminals that are willing to engage in this malicious behavior. So on one side, we have definitely the threat that is continuously evolving and becoming increasingly complex. And on the other side, we probably have failure, a systemic failure to find the right countermeasures to mitigate this threat. And these countermeasures start from basic cyber hygiene of individuals, and they escalate up to organizational and governmental and intergovernmental responses. So through the panel today, we're really hoping to get different perspectives from speakers that are representatives of different stakeholder communities that can really help us understand better not only how is the threat evolving, but also what can we do to monitor, to detect, and to respond to such ubiquitous threat as is ransomware. So I'm very happy to be joined by great speakers today. Starting, I will introduce them. They're both here in the room and joining us online. Starting here on my immediate left, Brendan Dowling, the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology of Australia. On his left, Francesca Bosco, Chief Strategy Officer at the Cyber Peace Institute. Further down the table, we have Chelsea Smethurst, Director for Cyber Policy and Diplomacy at Microsoft. And joining us online, I hope, Julia, you can hear me, it's Julia Rodriguez Acosta, Minister Counselor for the Permanent Mission of El Salvador to the United Nations. So we will give each speaker an opportunity to share some of their initial remarks, and then we have structured this panel through a series of questions and answers. At any point, please do feel free to jump in. There will be hopefully a dedicated time towards the end to collect your questions, but particularly if you're following us online, do not wait until that moment to start writing them in the chat. It will make our life a lot easier if you proactively start to asking your questions. So I would like now to give the floor to Ambassador Dowling here on my left for his remarks. Please.
Thanks, Giacomo, and thanks everyone for joining us. Ransomware is the most prominent cybersecurity threat that we're facing globally. As Giacomo just went through, it is a sophisticated industry. It's not new, but it is getting more effective. There is more money being made, and there are more criminal groups taking advantage of this crime type. Importantly, the way that the ransomware ecosystem has developed means you no longer need to be a sophisticated cyber criminal group to be able to conduct a ransomware attack. We have this service industry where you can talk to a liaison person or a broker who will connect you with the person who will conduct the initial attack on a system. There will be people who will fence the data for you, who will conduct each element of the operation for you. So it is now an accessible crime type. And for most ransomware groups, they will just take 20% of the profit from the attack that you conduct. So it's become democratized, industrialized, and it is ubiquitous. What we're seeing, what we're worried about, is that ransomware groups seem to be targeting the more smaller, more vulnerable parts of our society. They've realised that attacking large infrastructure, like with the Colonial Pipeline attack, is bad for business. It's actually more effective to conduct a higher volume of attack, even if you're extracting a lower value ransom. What we're seeing at the moment in Pacific Islands, some countries with populations fewer than 100,000 people are being targeted by cybercrime groups operating out of Russia. Last week, the National Health Information Service in Tonga was shut down by a ransomware attack. We have deployed a team from Australia to assist them with recovery, but it's astonishing that in a country the size of Tonga, one of the most remote islands in the Pacific, is being targeted not at their government or business level, but the National Health Information Service. At the moment, in hospitals in Tonga, people are using paper and pen to deliver healthcare to their people. Nurses are struggling to process and triage patients because of this attack. So for anyone who doubts how much of a scourge this crime type is globally, that is the sort of activity that we are seeing now. In Australia, we had an attack against the Medibank private health insurance company. 10 million Australians had their sensitive health data compromised. For anyone who thinks ransomware is a technical issue, out of that incident, we saw women and families facing domestic violence from partners who weren't aware of the health treatment that their spouse or their mother or their sister had been seeking, and had to be moved to safe houses to escape violent partners or former partners. These are not cyber issues, these are not technical issues, these are whole of nation security and safety issues. What can we do about it? It's really hard. This is a crime type that didn't exist before cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency enabled the long-range launching of ransomware attacks across the globe. So that financial innovation has made finding this crime much more difficult. We need better access to crypto exchanges, to sharing intelligence amongst national jurisdictions to try and disrupt those parts of the ecosystem. This is a crime type that relies on a lot of brokers, a lot of middle operators who make this system functional. We need to get better at disrupting the entire ecosystem. In Australia, we apply financial and travel sanctions against cybercrime actors. This is an important measure, but it's a limited measure. We also engage in hard disruption of the ecosystem. Earlier this year, we fried the servers of the people who hosted the data in the ransomware attack against Medibank. But this crime type thrives because too many jurisdictions are not doing enough about it. Criminal groups are operating out of safe harbours, safe jurisdictions where there are a few legal consequences. Primarily, these groups are operating out of Russia, not solely, but we need jurisdictions to take this more seriously. That's why we've supported mechanisms like the Cybercrime Convention to try and get more national jurisdictions to cooperate and work together to combat this crime type. Finally, attacks succeed because of basic vulnerabilities. It would be excellent if cyber criminals were forced to use their most sophisticated techniques, but they can get by exploiting common or known vulnerabilities because we're not doing enough to patch, because technology companies are not making it easy enough to upgrade software and to replace end-of-life hardware. This needs to be a global response to hit all aspects of both the ecosystem in which this crime type thrives, but also how we better build up our resilience. We also need to talk about it more openly. There is a sense of shame amongst businesses or organisations or entities that no one wants to be open about this. And so I get attacked today and my neighbour gets attacked tomorrow because I didn't share the information about it. So this is a really important conversation. This crime type is getting worse. It is targeting the most vulnerable, and at the moment we are not winning.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for starting us off, like touching on many points that I'm sure will be picked up by speakers in their remarks and definitely during our Q&A. I would like now to pivot online and welcome Julia, connecting from New York. I hope you can hear me and see us okay. And Julia, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope that you can see me and listen to me okay. Greetings for the hot New York City. Today is really, really hot. Let me begin by extending my sincere appreciation to the organizers for convening these timely and important discussions. I cannot think of a better group of stakeholders to reflect on how we can collectively counter the impacts of one of the most pressing information security threats of our time. My first point is that, as it was just mentioned, cybercrime is ransomware is just not a cybercrime issue. It has effectively evolved into a national security crisis around the globe, and its consequences are tangible and personal and affects individuals like you and me. Business, hospitals, school, local governments, they all have been targets. No one is immune. So beyond these immediate impacts, ransomware also has broader implications for international peace and security, including its potential links to the financing of weapons of mass destruction. So in this context, the United Nations continues to offer a platform to advance dialogue, promote international cooperation, and build collective responses. Notably, ransomware was not included in the first annual progress report of the Open-Ended Working Group that is currently addressing these issues in 2022. And as Giacomo said, ransomware is not new. So despite growing concern expressed by many delegations during that year discussions on existential threats to information security, El Salvador was among the group of countries that advocated for its inclusions. And we were pleased to see ransomware formally acknowledged in the second Progress Annual Report. So the ransomware attack that crippled Costa Rica's government infrastructure served as a wake-up call for many. It demonstrated how ransomware can affect not only institutions, but also states' ability to deliver essential services and maintain governance. Since then, El Salvador has consistently advocated for a strong language that addresses ransomware directly, especially as we face new threats exacerbated by other emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. As was just mentioned, AI has enhanced the sophistication of social engineering and phishing campaigns, further expanding the ransomware threat landscape. We also support language reflecting concern over the rise of ransomware as a service model that allow individuals without technical backgrounds to launch highly disruptive attacks. This evolving business model significantly lowers the barrier to entry for cyber criminals and amplifies the capabilities of more technical, sophisticated actors. The threat to critical infrastructure and its potential implications for international peace and security must not be underestimated. We also have supported advancing a more holistic view of the ransomware ecosystem, one that includes effective prosecution, disruption of technical enablers, and also breaking the financial cycle that sustained the threat. One of the favorite elements that was introduced in the recent discussion is the recognition of the importance of a human-centric approach, one that prioritizes understanding and addressing the real-world impacts of individuals and communities. So still much remains to be done, from improving international cooperation and victim support to strengthening deterrence mechanisms and also the adoption of common standards. I will stop here, but definitely I will look forward to hearing the perspective of other speakers and continue this critical conversation. And thank you so much for having me online.
Thank you, Julia, for sharing your initial remarks. We'll come back to you with a couple of questions. But now I would like to move to Francesca from the Cyber Peace Institute. We've heard already with the first two interventions how one of the main challenges about countering ransomware is actually our ability to track ransomware initiatives or campaigns and trace the various actors and their malicious actions. So Cyber Peace Institute has been working on something on this topic. So over to you.
Thank you so much, and thanks a lot to the organizers and to Giacomo as moderator. It's a pleasure to contribute to today's discussion. Allow me indeed to give a bit of context on the work of the Institute, to give also some food for thoughts for the discussion. The Cyber Peace Institute is an international non-governmental organization that is devoted to reduce the harms from cyber attacks on people's lives by assisting vulnerable communities. And we do this in a very concrete way, starting by analyzing cyber threats, hence also the participation today, and advocating for responsible behavior in cyberspace based on the evidence that we gather. At the core, what we do is indeed we conduct in-depth analysis of cyber incidents, and thanks to this knowledge, we both provide the free cybersecurity support to other civil society organizations and under-resourced organizations, and we use this knowledge to engage in international forums, also like this one, to promote responsible behavior in cyberspace, emphasizing the human-centric approach and advocating for the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms online, and also by monitoring emerging technologies like Julie was just mentioning, artificial intelligence. Also, we anticipate how future cyber threats might impact on the threat landscape of vulnerable communities. As a tangible example of how we work and building on the excellent remarks that Giacomo, the ambassador, and Julie just mentioned on the prevalence of ransomware, giving also some concrete examples, we would like to contribute to the discussion with an ongoing project specifically focusing on ransomware, which is building on a long-standing expertise gained at the Institute. We started the Institute in 2020. Obviously immediately the mind is going to the pandemic, and at that time what we did was to create the first platform that was monitoring cyber incident against the healthcare sector with a specific angle, not only by, let's say, tracking and tracing the different cyber attacks, but as the ambassador was mentioning before, also highlighting what it means in terms of like a concrete impact, in terms of like harm to people and to society. So highlighting what it means at that time in terms of ambulances redirected, people that don't get the vaccines, and so on and so forth. Then we use the same capability at the outbreak of the Russian-Ukraine war. We began collecting and analyzing data on cyber attacks on civilian infrastructure and the harms to society, analyzing from disruption to psychological harm. At the Munich Cybersecurity Conference this year, we launched in February. We launched the third part of our tracers, which is the CyberPeace Tracer, which tracks and analyzes cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns against a critical sector in our society. Other civil society organizations that are active both in, for example, development and humanitarian context. What we found recurring basically across the different tracers that we set up is indeed the prevalence of ransomware attacks. And considering the persistence of ransomware threat actors and the increasing harm that caused by ransomware operations worldwide, at the end of March, we decided to have a sort of like a threat focus type of analysis and type of work, which is the project that we are currently doing. Phase 1 is a global mapping of ransomware threat actors, their geographies, affiliation, and targets, providing basically evidence-based support to stronger multilateral actions. And then phase 2 will evaluate the state compliance with the UN cyber norms, judicial cooperation, and the misuse also of the technical infrastructure, paving the way for more accountability mechanisms. If you allow me still, let's say, 5 minutes, we would like to share with you the very first initial findings. And to do this, I'm joined by my colleague Nedelcho online, who will present the preliminary findings from our work. Nedelcho, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you, Francesca. It's a pleasure being here. And without further ado, I'll share my screen now.
Thanks.
Yeah, just to make sure you can see it. Yeah, it's all good.
Not yet, but it will, I'm sure it will come soon. We still cannot see your screen, Nedelcho.
We can see your name, but not your screen.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, wow. Otherwise, maybe you can start, yeah.
Yes, we
Going
may.
through, yeah, exactly.
We may then start the transition towards the more kind of interactive part of the discussion. But I'm also looking at our colleagues in the back that are taking care of the tech. Whenever you are ready to show the screen, please just flag, and we will go back to Nedelcho. So Chelsea, I'd like to come to you, if you don't mind. First of all, to thank you and Microsoft for convening this event, and for the leadership that Microsoft has been showcasing in really promoting multi-stakeholder discussions on this interesting and important topic. I see that perhaps the
Nedelcho, are you good to go?
The screen issue has been resolved. But since we kind of see online like an infinite repetition of the same screen, while the technology is still being sorted, perhaps I come to you, Chelsea, with the first question, and then we can go back to Nedelcho, which is how has the kind of global ransomware threat evolved in recent years, and what trends are most concerning today? And this may be actually a very good introduction to then what Nedelcho is going to show.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for inviting me. So I think just briefly, Microsoft produces a digital defense report annually, usually in October of every year. And what we've seen in terms of year-over-year changes for ransomware is a whopping 275% change just in the last 12 months in terms of increase in use of ransomware. And there's really been two sort of accompanying trends that have gone with this ransomware uptick that we've seen. One is, while we've seen the 275% use of over the last 12 months, we've also gotten better as a collective industry at actually defending against ransomware. And so we've seen, in terms of quantitative numbers, a 300% decrease in the overarching amount of ransomware that has gotten to the encryption phase, so what I sort of call the lockout phase. And that's really significant because once you get there, you're really at the behest of the cyber criminals whom are using the ransomware. I think secondly, one other point I'll make too is that while we've seen some positive numbers to account for that really large increase in the use of ransomware, What we have not seen is that over 90% of successful ransomwares really attack unmanaged devices. And so these are very much your entities like hospitals or NGOs, which will continue to be targeted because they have access to fewer resources. And so really thinking about what is the collective capacity to address ransomware, we're really only as strong as our weakest link. And I think this is very true in the ransomware domain. So I think this is a little bit context, and I'd be happy to switch it over to the Cyber Peace team now, because those give you a little bit of numbers in terms of what we're seeing in the last 12 months with ransomware.
Thank you, Chelsea, for this initial introduction, at least into the threat landscape. Let's try to go back online to Nedelcha and see if we're now in a position to share your screen and see your slides.
I think it should work now.
Yes, I confirm we can see it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, just an introduction. My name is Nedelcha Mihailov, and I'm a cyber threat analyst with the Cyber Peace Institute, with which I've been heavily involved in working with the incident tracer platforms. So, as Francesco mentioned, the project consists of 2 phases. So I'll skip this and I'll just go into the aims and objectives of the study. The aim is to compile a statistically representative data set on global ransomware activity, including the targets of ransomware attacks and the names and location countries of ransomware threat actors. And we had 2 objectives. The first is to create a database of threat actor profiles, including the name of the threat actor, associated ransomware and location country. And the second objective is to create a database of global ransomware incidents, including target location, target sector, and threat actor name. Now I just want to very briefly touch upon our research methodology, as it is a central part in the work of the analysis team. So we start with the analytical questions and key terminology. We create the data collection schemas for both the research into threat actors and incidents. We define the key sources, and then we document the limitations of our work, which mainly revolve around the usual constraints of open source research and the current limits of AI and LLM as we incorporate automation in every step. So the research was mainly guided by 4 analytical questions. Which threat actors have been responsible for the development, deployment, or facilitation of ransomware operations? Second, ransomware threat actors operate from, originate in, or are located in which countries or regions? Third, what open source indicators, so that would be personnel, linguistic patterns, technical infrastructure, contribute to the geographical attribution of ransomware threat actors? And finally, which locations and sectors have been most frequently targeted by ransomware attacks? Now, for data sources, we use data shared by partners or gathered through open source intelligence in both structured and unstructured format. And as we have incorporated all of our previous research from our cyber incident tracers, that could have impacted the results of the data collection. So, initial analysis and findings. We have analyzed information on around 300 threat actors. 52% of them remain unattributed to a specific geographic location. Of the attributed threat actors, 54% are linked to Russia, followed by 8% linked to Iran, 7% to China. In terms of the data collection on global ransomware incidents, we have collected information on 2,717 incidents conducted by 184 threat actors against organizations in 22 sectors across 90 countries. More than half of our attacks were attacks against organizations in the United States, and more than a third were attacks against the healthcare sector, followed by nonprofits and the ICT, with the top 3 most active threat actors in our database being Logbit, Black Cat, and Revo. And the following slides illustrate how one of our graph analysis tools helps us with data analysis and visualization. The first one is an analysis of all incidents pivoted around targeted countries. The second one is a visualization of our research into threat actors, which have been grouped and mapped to countries they are connected to. You will notice that some actors appear linked to several countries, either because members were arrested in multiple jurisdictions or because several open source indicators connect them to more than one country. And finally, the last 2 slides present a simplified dashboard view of our initial results. First one are the results of our analysis into the targets of ransomware attacks. And the second are the results into the analysis of the perpetrators of ransomware attacks. On the top right, you can see the distribution of threat actors, connections to geographic locations, and on the bottom left, you can see the distribution of threat actors among the global ransomware incidents database. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Nedelcio, for this inspiring presentation and being, representative of the research community. I'm always in favor of bringing more evidence and data-driven decision making to the table. So thank you so much to you and to the Cyber Peace Institute for this initiative. Really looking forward to see how it evolves. Before we go back now to the panelists and continue with our questions, I just wanted to remind colleagues online that you can start asking your questions if you want using the chat. We have Michael Karamian from Microsoft that is our great online moderator, and he will make sure that those questions reach me here in the room. Ambassador, I would like to come back to you and also to you, Julia, because you both alluded to or mentioned the fact that ransomware is not just a cyber criminal behavior, but it can escalate, it can reach the threshold of being a national security threat, or at the very least a national security concern for a variety of reasons. Would you mind elaborate on your perspective on this?
I think it's a really important way of framing the issue. I think cyber criminals flourished in a context where we thought about ransomware as a cybersecurity issue that our CISOs or our ICT teams needed to be conscious of. But as we've seen the ramifications from ransomware attack resonate and ripple through society, I think increasingly we have to be conscious that these are not confined, they're not a purely cyber incidents, these are whole of nation incidents which governments need to take much more seriously. I think the important part of that message is when an entity, an organisation or a business is attacked, it shouldn't be seen as just something that affects that business. Oftentimes the externalities of a ransomware attack are borne by the community, they're borne by the broader government. They're not just about the effect on that business. As I said before, if businesses or entities don't talk or share information about their attacks, that actually impedes the ability of their competitors or other people in the industry to protect themselves. So we need to start seeing ransomware as a much broader national threat to say, one, not only is it okay to talk about these types of attacks if they hit you, but actually we need you to do that to better protect our citizenry, to better protect our nation. So we're doing a lot in Australia to drive that behaviour, increasing our expectations on industry to report attacks, making clear that if you seek assistance from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, that is not a bad thing, that is not something to be ashamed of. Actually, it's a trusted government entity that can help you out. But when we see these attacks affecting society so broadly, it needs to be a whole of society response, not just something that's seen as a manageable, keep it within yourself, it only affects you sort of attitude. So it's taken us too long to get to this point, but now I think we're realising, because of the scale of the attacks, that this is a national security threat that requires national and global responses.
Thank you. Julia, I would like to come back to you as well, because in your remarks you also highlighted how to some degree what happened in Costa Rica was a wake-up call for many governments, and you alluded to the fact that even in El Salvador you've started to take proactive action and initiatives with respect to ransomware. So would you mind elaborating a little bit how you see ransomware as a potential national security concern?
Thank you so much, Giacomo. And yes, following on the remark just delivered by Ambassador Dolin, first, we see an increased number of ransomware attacks targeting critical infrastructure. So this is very concerning. These attacks, as it was mentioned, go beyond financial motivations and represent a clear violation of what we have as the guideline of responsible state behavior. So while many of these attacks really fall on the realm of cybercrime, there is a growing evidence of the state-linked ransomware operations that are conducted with certain tacit state tolerance. So we even seen cases where ransomware has been used not primarily for financial gain, but as a vector to conduct denial of service attacks that affect the availability of system at national scale. So this is linked with the case of Costa Rica, which was the first time that a national government was directly targeted in such way. So this attack disrupted essential public services and compromised the confidentiality of citizens' personal data. So beyond the first impact, it undermines the public trust in the state's ability to secure digital system, and this is especially worrisome as all governments are trying to increase how can digitalize public services. So there, and I mentioned this a little bit in my initial remarks, we also think linkages between ransomware and broader security concerns, particularly by the theft of cryptocurrency, as was mentioned by Ambassador Dowling. In some cases, these stolen assets have been reportedly being used to fund weapons of mass destruction programs and their delivery systems, and this is a direct threat to international peace and security. Also, the use of cryptocurrency complicates attribution and prosecution, making it more difficult to hold perpetrators accountable. So these are just some examples on how ransomware really intersects not only with national security, but also with broader international security architecture. And this evolving threat landscape demands close coordination between governments and multilateral institutions and other stakeholders, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker.
Thank you, Julia. I'd like to go back to Chelsea and Francesca, because both Microsoft and CPI, through a different way, you collect a lot of data and you have visibility in a way that perhaps other organizations don't. So I would like to go back to where we started, which was with the recognition of how ransomware is increasing, and this kind of the ransomware, the number of ransomware attacks has been growing significantly over the past 12 months. So based on the data that you have collected as a business, Chelsea, or as an organization that focuses on open source data with CPI, what can you share with us around the reasons behind why we've seen these numbers grow so much? Perhaps you can start, Chelsea, and then we go to Francesca.
Great, thank you. So I think there's really three trends, but I'll start with some sobering numbers. So at Microsoft, we track over 600 million cyber attacks daily. And if you break that down to a minute-by-minute basis, you're looking at somewhere around 415,000 attacks a minute. And that's just us as a company and what we have purview and visibility into. And so we're up against a pretty large mountain, right, in terms of cyber attacks. But I would say there's probably three things specific to ransomware that we're really seeing on the Microsoft side. One is what we call ransomware as a service. And this is essentially a product, right? So this does two things. It lowers the barrier of entry for cyber criminals who want to use these tools and techniques because it's easier, frankly. And then secondly, it allows scalability. So if it's easy to just download a software and click a button and then get money and paid out from it, you're going to be able to do it, right? So that's another reason why we see an uptick in the use of these technologies. And then secondly, right, the other thing I'll mention, and it's been mentioned by a couple of our panelists today, is the rise of cryptocurrency. And this is problematic for two reasons, right? It's easy to get paid for these ransomware attacks. And then secondly, it's really harder to track. And with anything with cybersecurity, if you can't assign accountability and transparency, it's really hard to really deter these attacks, right? If you can sort of hide behind your actions, and it's difficult to track. But I think finally, really the third and probably the most important factor in this issue is what we call safe havens. So these are geographic entities where you can actually base out of ransomware attacks against international victims, but they're really not held accountable at the legal and international level. And it's really difficult from an industry perspective to really target and sort of minimize these what I call safe haven opportunities for ransomware. And so this is an area where I would like to see, I think, more collective international cooperation across both the private sector and also governments. And that's something that I think we'll see more of in the future.
Thank you. Francesca.
Yeah, maybe I can. So I guess some of the points were already made, and maybe just on the first one, meaning the ease of access to tools and the rise of, let's say, ransomware as a service that all the previous speakers mentioned. Indeed, I would say potentially also in a way amplified and enhanced by artificial intelligence and emerging technology. So that this is definitely something that will impact the cryptocurrency ecosystem, and the sort of like widespread availability and relative anonymity of cryptocurrencies facilitate obviously the ransom payment, and obviously it's leveraged by perpetrator. The safe havens was mentioned. Maybe what I can add is something that was mentioned, I think, also before by Julian, and it's an excellent observation, which is in a way the expanding global digital footprint, especially with remote work, purely secure system and legacy infrastructure, provides more vulnerability for threat actors to exploit. But this means also that they are trying, let's say, to in a way optimize the way they work and use the same infrastructure basically for launching different type of criminal activities. So and this is why the second phase of the program will focus specifically on exploitable and exploited, I would say, infrastructure, which is something that is also, I mean, not so well, I would say, or not so much investigated. And an output of this mapping will be able to demonstrate that the same infrastructure basically is likely used, for example, for other crimes beyond ransomware. And allow me to mention two other factors that we see when it comes to the why, let's say, the increase. There is also a sort of like a thriving, what we call initial access broker markets, meaning that you have brokers that specialize in obtaining and selling access to compromised networks, often of high value organizations, which ransomware groups basically exploit to deploy their malware. So it's a sort of like cyber organized crime form of activity, but with a very specialized, let's say, professionals at the beginning, providing ransomware operators with the data that they need to then carry out the attack. And then let's not forget another very important point. We've seen ransomware groups shifting from, let's say, opportunistic attacks, so launching widespread attacks against, let's say, as many individuals as possible, to more strategically targeting critical infrastructure, like, for example, healthcare, education, even civil society, with limited cybersecurity resilience, but high sensitivity to disruption. And that's interesting because, I mean, I was checking still the criminal profits hit record high because, according to Chainalysis, victim paid more than $1 billion of US dollars in 2023, facilitated through cryptocurrency, which means that still criminals are getting quite some profit out of it.
Thank you. If we have time at the end, I'd like to go back to this this kind of driver discussion, because in basic kind of criminal studies, that criminals need motives, need means, and need opportunities in order to perpetrate and their crime. And there is a lot of discussion around the means and how the means are evolving, whether it is technology, whether it is cryptocurrency, whether it is permissive regulatory regimes that allow them to or enable them to do what they do. But I don't think there is necessarily a lot of or enough focus on opportunities, which is what are the weaknesses of the system that they can then exploit in order to. And one could argue the regulatory one is probably a hybrid between both a means and an opportunity, but if we have time, I'd like to discuss more. But going back to a point that Chelsea mentioned around safe havens, I would like to come back to you, Brandon, about what mechanisms currently exist to hold states accountable when ransomware groups operate with impunity within their borders. So what can states do?
It's a tough one. We have an established norm on this issue that was agreed as part of the 11 Norms of Responsible State Behaviour, which essentially said states should take responsibility to prevent malicious cyber actors from operating with impunity in their territory, but we still see this happening quite commonly. We then look to, well, what international measures do we have that can help us address that issue? One is bilateral. We engage with several attacks that have been launched from Russian territory against Australia or partners in the region. We engage with the Russian government and we make clear that we expect action to be taken against these actors. Usually there is no response. So a big part of that problem is that we have a government that is not taking seriously and is in fact likely profiting from some of the criminal activities taking place from its jurisdiction. We've then used sanctions to try and target the people who are behind the attacks. These are a limited measure. They do have an impact. They do have a deterrent, but the problem of attribution is a challenge. And then sanctions, if a person does not have financial assets in your country, are always going to have limited effect. Law enforcement responses have to be part of the response when we do find cyber criminals in jurisdictions who will cooperate, ensuring the digital evidence is made available to support successful law enforcement and prosecution. And that's where the Budapest Convention, where the Cybercrime Convention will hopefully bring more states to take seriously legal measures to combat cyber criminals who may come across their jurisdiction. Finally, we consider that disruption measures have to be part of the solution. When you've exhausted all other avenues to achieve a law enforcement response, when you have safe havens where people are operating from with impunity, finding active disruption measures to take down infrastructure, to throw sand in the gears to make life harder for these actors has to be an important part of the response. Again, challenging, time-consuming. Attribution can be a difficulty, but we have had success against groups like Lockbit, where there has been significant enough impacts on their infrastructure to disrupt their operations for some time. The Counter-Ransomware Initiative, I think, has been a really effective grouping that has brought countries together to talk about building up cooperation to combat ransomware. That's still a work in progress, but I think a much broader church of countries are coming together to take this seriously. So we're going in the right direction, but when you hear the sort of figures that Chelsea shared, there is a long way to go to seriously put a dent in this crime.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to you, Julia, to look at more at kind of the multilateral side of this equation. But before I do, I just wanted to share with perhaps Chelsea and Francesca an interesting question that came online, so you have the time to think about it while Julia gives us her multilateral perspective. And the question reads, is there any research on how blockchain deployment is correlated to the mitigation of cyber threats? If no, how do we promote this research topic? And if yes, what is the outcome? So anything that you can think of related to the use of blockchain in this context would be very, very useful. But now, Julia, coming back to you, what role do you think should the UN play, not only in establishing norms, but also potentially in establishing frameworks for state accountability in cyberspace?
Thank you so much, Giacomo. And as Ambassador Dowling just highlighted, at the UN, we have this framework for responsible state behavior that basically outlines expectations on how states should act in cyberspace, and includes voluntary, non-binding norms, reaffirmation of the applicability of international law, and also building. So one of the curious principles is that critical infrastructure must be protected and respected and is effectively off limits. However, while the framework set expectation, the reality on the ground tells us a different story, as we see from the Cyber Peace Institute research. Data and reporting continue to show a rise in hostility and pervasive cyber activity, including ransomware attacks that often target the very infrastructure meant to be protected. So the UN should continue to play a central role in promoting the implementation of these norms, encouraging the state to take operational actions at the technical level to enhance compliance. And these include the advancement in cooperative measures such as information sharing, joint investigations, but also reinforcing norms that clearly outline unacceptable behaviors, especially those that undermine trust, security, and stability in cyberspace. So more broadly, international community must work together to disrupt the ransomware business model and build resilience. You see, national policies, laws, and technical capabilities are not enough to address what is inherently a transnational threat, and no country can tackle this challenge in isolation. And thus, we promote that we do this also through multilateral forums. So, yes, kind of rounding up, more international cooperation is needed, but it must be cooperation that is practical and action-oriented and focuses on disrupt, deter, and prepare, and it has more effective response mechanisms so states can leverage.
Thank you, Julia, for your perspective, and also to give Chelsea and Francesca a couple more minutes to think about this. I also thought I'd add, being at UNIDIR, I have the privilege of having seen and having witnessed how the UN discussions have evolved, and we're now getting to the point where the current open-ended working group is wrapping up its 5-year mandate, and we are about to enter a future permanent mechanism with some details already being agreed on and others still being up for negotiation. But it looks like that this new mechanism will have, at least potentially, the opportunity to really go focus more on the implementation of all the existing commitments that are already in place. And if we accept that beyond all commitments, there has to be the political will to implement them, and if we take that as a given, because if there isn't, then there is nothing really, no practical measure can work without the political will and commitment to implement it. But if we take that political commitment as a given, then I think there are a number of issues where the UN and the multilateral approaches can really help. Whether it is, as Julia was mentioning, some states may not even be aware that their territory is being used as a safe, or as a kind of a staging ground for ransomware campaigns. Or some may be aware, but maybe don't have the means to do anything with it. Technological means, but also legal means, because maybe they don't have a national legislation that allows them to intervene. And all of these things, despite the fact that we're talking about ransomware and cybersecurity, which make them feel like new, they are not new in the UN system. There are many conventions that have been negotiated before that then have followed with practical instruments and measures that have been developed in order to help states implement them and comply with the commitments. So, perhaps there will be an opportunity to develop like a model law or a model legislation for those countries that need to adopt some sort of regulatory measures at the national level that would enable them to then intervene and disrupt a ransomware campaign emanating from their territory. These things, you need to have legal coverage to do certain things. If you want to share evidence with your neighbor, if you want to cooperate, these require very well-developed regulatory frameworks or cooperation mechanisms that would require a little bit of assistance in developing. And with that, I turn back to Francesca and Chelsea and ask if you had the chance to think about the topic of blockchain and whether or not you are aware of any work or any research that has been conducted to explore the extent to which it can be helpful in this context.
I can go next. Go.
Okay, great. So I'm not aware of the latest art around sort of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and blockchain research, but just one brief point I'll make is that cryptocurrencies are ultimately based on blockchain technology, right? And so if cryptocurrencies and financial transactions are actually processed through exchanges which have a know your customer requirement, this does enable law enforcement the tools to enable forensic capabilities, right? So very much a reverse engineering capability to ultimately look through and see if we can't pinpoint where the origin of the payment came from. And I'm sure there's like a lot more to sort of assess on that topic, but it is a interesting part of the technology block or the technology platform that can be used for both positive means, right, but also criminal means too. So good question. I'm looking forward to Francisca's points on this.
That's interesting because it's a topic close to my heart because it was like 2 jobs ago I left, let's say, when I was doing research on blockchain. So, I mean, provided that it's a little bit outdated information and I would need to, let's say, to look into that again. So there are a couple of aspects. One from, let's say, from a technical standpoint, I would say that I do see, and I remember, I mean, doing some research on how, for example, blockchain can be used as a sort of like, not, let's say, the black sheep when it comes to cybersecurity, but on the opposite. And there are some practical implementation areas. I'm thinking about like threat intel sharing, for example, that can be extremely beneficial when we think about cybersecurity. I'm thinking about identity and access management, for example, where obviously the decentralization of digital identities can help, for example, when it comes to decentralized security. So thanks to the distributed architecture and the consensus mechanisms, and obviously the fact that you have, I mean, the key strength of the blockchain resides basically in the immutable data ledger. I mean, obviously you can improve the audit trails and the data integrity. Again, outdated information, but I would suggest that there were a couple of things that came to my mind. ENISA, so the EU agency, did some interesting work back in before COVID, so in 2019 on distributed ledger technology and cybersecurity, and there is also a work done by the World Economic Forum on blockchain cybersecurity in 2020. So these are the only 2 that, I mean, came to my mind, but again, because my knowledge is a little bit outdated. Can I just mention one thing where I can see it's a very good question also, because I think it also helps us in thinking about, let's say, potential future direction. What I would be really interested in seeing is, for example, how to use blockchain for ransomware resistance and incident attribution. And one interesting aspect that is kind of like collateral is also how you can integrate blockchain with an AI for automated threat detection as well.
Thank you. And we may go back to the more general topic of which technologies exist out there that could help. But I'm also conscious of the time. And before I continue, we probably were a little bit too ambitious with the number of questions we have prepared. I'm conscious of the time that we have 12 minutes before we have to wrap up this interesting session. So I also wanted to make sure I give the opportunity to colleagues in the room. If there is anyone who would like to ask a question, I see one. If you can please reach for the microphone on your right and introduce yourself, please, before asking the question.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for an excellent panel. My name is Vilde, and I think ransomware is such an interesting type of crime. And as a criminologist, I'll allow myself to say that it's maybe my favorite kind of crime, at least from an academic perspective. And I have a question for Julie and Brandon, who's tackling cybercrime from like a government sector, because I wrote my master thesis on ransomware, and one of the many interesting and unique aspects of ransomware is that it's, as far as I can tell, the only type of crime, or cybercrime is the only type of crime where the private sector is dominating, both on crime prevention but also handling the incident and dealing with the aftermath. So I was just wondering, coming from a government perspective, how in your respective countries, how are you dealing with that sort of cooperation with the government and the private sector? Thank you.
It's a really interesting question, and you're right. In cyber, so much of the front line is in the hands of the private sector, and in no other form of crime or attack type would we say, oh well, that's kind of completely the responsibility of the private sector, and whether they tell anyone about it is their business, and they're on their own to kind of assist you with that. So that does make a much more challenging environment. Some of the things that we've done in Australia are to try and, without using compulsion, but to try and build a far more collective response to these crime types. When we had two major cyber incidents affecting millions of Australians going back to 2022, the government came out and very publicly engaged with those companies, sent teams of police officers and cybersecurity experts from the government to sit in the headquarters of those companies and to provide assistance to launch the investigations in a very collaborative way. Now, those were very large-scale incidents, so that's a type of response you can use. But we have tried to create an environment where we normalise engaging with the government as soon as there is an incident, that sharing information with the government to aid in the response is not just a nice thing to do, but is actually the expected thing to do. We have introduced legislation that says if you as a private company engage with our cybersecurity centre, the information you share with them will not be used for regulatory purposes, so you can trust there's this safe space to engage and seek that assistance. And now we're introducing a mandatory ransomware payment reporting scheme. So in all these measures, we're trying to create an environment where it's not seen as purely something for a business or an entity to manage. It is seen as something that needs a collective response, and that active engagement with the government, with law enforcement, with our cybersecurity experts is a normal way of responding to these incidents. It'll take time, but I think it actually improves when that type of behaviour is modelled well by companies. Once some companies start to do this and it becomes a new norm that this is how you engage, that creates an environment where others are doing the same. So we're trying to make all these efforts to normalise that it becomes a collective response rather than just something that's dealt with in isolation.
Thank you. Julia, would you like to come in on this question?
Yes, thank you so much for the question, and I think this is very pertinent. I would like, to provide some insights from the Global South perspective. And I think this is very pertinent because there is often this idea that ransomware only targets large enterprises or companies that can afford to pay substantial ransom, but in reality, a small organizations around the globe are affected, and the consequences for these or smaller organizations are often more severe. So on a national level, we have this kind of like multi-stakeholder cooperation. Of course, as a government, we have enacted laws on cybersecurity and very recently on data protection, because ransomware often, it's related with data theft. So we wanted to make sure that we have in place all these laws that also protect personal data and privacy. And then, of course, these linkages with private industry, law enforcement agencies, and of course, as a small nation, we leverage a lot cooperation that we can build through entities like the United Nations. We also have a lot of work with regional organizations, like, for example, OAS. So we kind of like pivot everything that it's been done in the international level that can help us. And then a lot, of course, we rely, as I was mentioned before, on a lot of bilateral cooperation, trying to learn for those states that have more advanced capabilities to fight this threat. But as we have, highlighted throughout the panel, is global. So it is in best interest of all, to have try to leverage that level of cooperation so we all can combat and counter ransomware.
Thank you. And actually, I would like to take this question and link it to the rest of the panel, because we did have in our list a question around successful models for public-private collaboration on cybersecurity that could potentially be scaled. So again, going back to you, Chelsea and Francesca, you have seen probably many different configurations of how the public and the private sector work together. What are some of the most successful stories that you've seen, or some of the models that you think could be used as an inspiration?
So I'll go ahead and start, but really liked your question from the audience, but I'll briefly say, so just earlier this month, Microsoft actually announced a pilot program with Europol to integrate our digital crimes investigators into their European Cybercrime Center in The Hague. And I think these sort of novel model public-private partnerships are an interesting thing to try out across different sectors, right? Because then you're marrying both the private sector expertise and sort of the front lines that we see in ransomware with the legal and investigatory powers of states and governments. And that's a very powerful tool. And I'd like to sort of see those models as applicable, be replicated across different environments. But it's a really great question, and I think more to be seen on if this model with Europol will scale and also be successful. But I think just willingness to try to partner between private sectors and governments is a really great attempt. So.
And maybe the other one that comes to mind is the ransomware task force, which I think see involved. I mean, it's a multi-stakeholder effort with participation from across government, industry, civil society, and I think it was like very well received, very well sustained, let's say, and so yeah. I think these are the ones that comes to mind, and maybe just to advocate with, with my civil society hat, I would say not only private sector and government should work together, but also including, I think, civil society organization can definitely bring an added value. I mean, there's one aspect which is something that I try to highlight in the panel. So documenting basically the impact that ultimately ransomware is having, as we said also, and as remarked by the previous panelists, as a societal threat, not just a technical one, or not just a business related one, but it can also be a sort of like, in a way, supporting sort of like thinking outside the box. And civil society has a sort of like unique capacity to propose tests and propose also ethical frameworks, supporting victim-centered response protocols, reinforces the need for due diligence in digital infrastructure. So coupling it with, for example, what Brandon was mentioning before in terms of like the collaboration with law enforcement and the collaboration with the private sector, I think that also civil society can definitely play a role.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the time. We have just over 2 minutes before we need to wrap up this discussion. So I would like to do one final round to all our speakers and give you the chance, starting with you, Ambassador, to 30 seconds. What is the one key takeaway you would like the audience here in the room and online to bring back after this session?
I think working together on this issue, there's private sector responses to build resilience, there's threat intelligence sharing. Microsoft helped us as we tracked down the perpetrator behind the Medibank attack. This affects every nation at all levels. We've been too slow to come together and act collectively against it. There's no one lever. We need to pull all levers at once. So talking about this as a national policy issue in all your countries is crucial.
Thank you. Coming to you, Julia, online, your key takeaway.
Thank you, Giacomo, and thank you so much to all the panelists. This has been really enriching. As you said, we are at the UN, on their way to establish a future permanent mechanism. So I think these are critical opportunities for all the states regarding their size of capacity can share insights on ransomware, and we can decide some mechanisms within the UN to advance international cooperation and assistance to find ransomware together. Thank you.
Thank you. Francesca.
Actually, I was reflecting. It's one of the first panels where I'm super happy to hear very concrete, let's say, initiatives and good examples. So I would say my aspiration for the panel is to go out and say collaboration needs to be meaningful, not just tokenized. So collaboration is not just let's say a buzzword that we need to have there, but it needs to to make an impact. And then allow me to say one thing that I forgot to mention before, which I think it's important. We did not have time to dig into, but definitely the aspect of capacity building. I mean, don't take for granted that we are all on the same page. We got some very good examples from different areas of the world. We need to build the capacity, an inclusive, let's say, capacity building work stream across the different sectors and across the different geographies.
Thank you. Chelsea.
And finally, I think to close this off, I'd like to sort of see how capacity building and skilling changes to tackle this problem. And I think it'll be an exciting next few years as we see creative uses of artificial intelligence tools to really counter ransomware. And I don't think that's just going to sit in the hands of big tech providers. So looking forward to seeing how our counter measures against ransomware will evolve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, all is left to do is to thank our speakers for sharing their experience and knowledge with us. Thank all of you in the audience here in person and online for participating. And again, thanks to Microsoft for bringing us together to discuss this very interesting topic. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Testing. Can you guys hear me? Awesome, everyone. Hello. Welcome to Day Zero event 270, Everything in the Cloud, How to Remain Digital Autonomous. I'm your on-site moderator today. My name is Jenna Feng, Program Directors of NetMission.Asia, a youth-focused network in Asia-Pacific dedicated to engaging and empowering young people in internet governance. It is my first time moderating an open forum in this setting with the headphones on, and it's kind of weird to hear your own voice when you moderate too. So please bear with me if I make any mistake, but welcome. I'm glad you guys decided to join today's sessions, what I'm sure will be a dynamic and important conversations, because this is a very interesting topic that interested me these days. And I believe it's the same to all of you, because you decided to attend this meeting and be with us today out of all the session. As we know, cloud computing is now the backbone of today's digital economy. We encounter it without even noticing it, from backing up your photos from our phones, using smart home devices or video doorbell, or even, you use tools like Google Docs or Zoom calls to prepare for your very IGF workshop, coordination too. So we encounter cloud services these days, even without realizing it. But as more and more of our infrastructure, services, and data move to the cloud, we are also starting to ask tougher questions, especially about who control these systems and what that means for national security, data protections, or even long-term digital resiliency. So right now, much of the world relies heavily on a few handful of major cloud provider, like mostly also US-based as well, like AWS, Microsoft, Azure, and Google Clouds. Of course, a lot of amazing work they've been done. But recently also Europe and some other regions starting to have their different concerns about their strategic dependency on cloud usage. And in Asia, we are seeing a more mixed pictures, with some countries also turning to regional providers like Alibaba or Tencent, which they are mostly Chinese company. But only, a few countries manage to build a robust, strong domestic clouds ecosystems to encounter the emergent and ever-changing environment that we are in today. So now, to set stage for today's discussions, I don't know if you guys get a chance to read the titles again and again, because to me it is very complicated, and it's a concept that we have to unpack before we can, construct a conversation that's meaningful for us, where we can bring this topic back to our own country for further discussion. So I would like to briefly surface a few concepts before I start introducing our speaker today, which they will help us to get through all those questions we have. Terms like data residency, we might have heard before, where people talked about data stored or processed physically within certain national borders. And later on, people also talked about data sovereignties, which elevate the concept into legal realm. Signifies like data is not only physically be within a country, but also subject to certain countries' laws and regulations. And ultimately, the aspirations in this domain is our topic today, digital autonomy. And so we want to explore this bigger picture together. What does this concentrations of cloud powers of a certain handful of great services that provides cloud services means for digital autonomy, and what role should government play in ensuring security and compliance, especially when it comes to sensitive data, whether it's personal or national. So should country be investing in sovereign cloud initiatives? So these questions I want to plant in your head as we started this conversation later on. We'll also have an open floor Q&A to the audience. But now, allow me to introduce our speaker, So to my right is Anke, Deputy of Directors, Digital Economy, Netherlands Ministry of Economic Affairs. She studied international relations at University of Groningen in the Netherlands, and she started her career as, in Brussels as European Policy Advisor at VNO-NCW, and later on returned to The Hague, where she is a civil servant at the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Now, of course, work for as a Deputy Digital Economy, Netherlands Ministry of Economic Affairs. Welcome, Anko. And to my right is Jeff from Microsoft. Jeff is the Vice President and Deputy General Counsel, Corporate External and Legal Affairs of Microsoft. He's been actually working in many different regions before, but now mainly focusing on their company's legal and corporate affairs across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. So later on, we'll hear from Jeff, who might have, happen to be able to share more insights from, a broader regional perspective. And online, we have Agustina. Just checking with our online moderators if Agustina with us. Awesome. Agustina is a lawyer with a master's degree in public policy, currently pursuing an MPA in digital technologies and policy at University College London. She is innovations and digital technologies manager at Asuntos de Sol, where she leads efforts to strengthen democracy through inclusive tech policies in Global South. And she recently do some research focusing on the intersections of technologies, equity, and governance, with particular interest in AI, cybersecurity, and digital rights. So we get a really good panel today, and I want to pass it over to our speaker because I've been speaking a lot already. We have plenty of our policy questions, many of them very compact, and I believe you can access them on the IGF website as well. First question, actually, to start with, to what extent is the current concentrations of the cloud computing market among global providers a problem for digital autonomy, security, and or innovation? Very compact questions, but I'm aware that in Europe, for instance, the Netherlands have started some initiative around a more sovereign cloud initiative. And I may now perhaps pass it over to Anko to share some experience that you might have working in this area, and then we can unpack and try to answer that question together.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I take it off.
Yes, it's easier.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think it's a good opportunity to be here and discuss these questions with you here at the IGF in this multi-stakeholder setting, because there's a lot to say. I don't have the answers, and that's why we are actually here to discuss this all together from different angles. And what I can tell in response to the first question is a bit more about the situation in the Netherlands. And before I start, I'd like to stress because we will talk about concerns mainly, I would like to stress the benefits of cloud for economy and for society as a whole. It's an efficient way to storage data, it's user-friendly, and we can't think of a world without it. But however, we had some quite extensive debates lately about strategic autonomy in general, and more specifically dependencies in the cloud market back home. And I would like to take you to 2023, when our government published a so-called DOSA agenda, and DOSA is an acronym for Digital Open Strategic Autonomy. We've been thinking about this for a longer time, and in this acronym, the word "open" is deliberately in this agenda, because we think it's important to act globally as open as possible. But on the other hand, it aims to address strategic dependencies in the digital sector, and cloud is one of the priorities in this agenda. So the idea is to see where these dependencies are, in which technologies. What happened is that research agencies in the Netherlands indicated that the market position of European players is relatively weak. I don't think it's a surprise to say this anymore, in the cloud market. And another thing is that the use of cloud entails certain risks when it comes to maintaining control and access to sensitive and protected data. So it's extra important when we talk about government data. What we see a bit broader than only in the Netherlands is in the EU. Of course, we are part of the EU, and the EU has taken important legislative steps to protect and to mitigate the risks. So you can think about the European Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and the Digital Markets Act. But on the other hand, it also started more to promote and to invest in projects in cloud and data infrastructure. So these two parts happened. And then in 2024, we had two interesting things, and I talk about a bit from the government perspective and from the political world I work in. First of all, our country code top-level domain provider, which is SIDN from the .nl, announced that it wanted to move its domain registration system to Amazon Web Services because its current system was becoming outdated and needed to renew. But this actually started a wide national debate because people thought even technically advanced organizations as SIDN are not able to run certain systems in a European cloud party. So our minister was asked to investigate this case, and that's what we did. And secondly, two members of Dutch Parliament presented a draft bill with the catchy title "Clouds on the Horizon." They expressed their concern regarding the dependency of the Dutch society and the Dutch government on big US cloud providers. So this bill was drafted, and I think it's good to mention here as well that was also kind of a multi-stakeholder way of organizing this, because it was a group of stakeholders who drafted this together with those members of parliament from the technical community, civil society, academia, and from business community. And we see that the change of the geopolitical landscape led to a revised cloud policy when it comes specifically to a government use of government data in the cloud. So what we would like to say is that still, when I come back to the first agenda that I mentioned, so this DOSA agenda, digital open strategic autonomy, we say open to the outside world where possible and protective when necessary. So that's how we look at it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anke, for sharing. Better to take it off, really.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anke, for sharing the perspective from the Netherlands government. Now, actually, would like to turn the same questions over to Jeff. Slightly different, because like I said, this is like a really compact situations, and also, as Anke mentioned earlier, it is concern and risk many of the time about how to control the data, and I saw you took a lot of notes, and you probably have some insights. But I want to add a little bit of the context on top of the questions. Is in these days, especially with AI being so proliferating, and it is growing every single day. Without us being able to predict how exactly it is going. And many sees that as amplifying some global concerns, especially around this topic. I wonder if you could speak to how, such a big cloud service provider like Microsoft, in this situation, what's their roles and responsibilities as someone, especially not only businesses, but some of the governments also rely on your system, because one of the examples is Canadian government use your system. So I would like to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Jenna, for the introduction and for the chance to be here as well. Thanks to people in the room and those joining online for what I think is really a very timely conversation and a very important conversation. And grateful to be sharing the platform here with Anke and Augustina as well online. I say a few things in response to that question, Jenna, perhaps building a bit on what Anke said as well. And the first is to acknowledge very clearly that the concerns that we are hearing about today are very natural and understandable and appropriate, frankly. And I think it's just very important to state that very directly. I would say that in many respects, the concerns that we hear about around data privacy, data security, data and digital sovereignty are not new concerns. In many respects, I think these concerns have been with us for a long time. I mean, we can think back even to over 10 years ago when Edward Snowden first fled the U.S. with 4 laptops and went to Hong Kong initially and then on to Russia. And at that time, trust became an issue, and trust in technology, frankly speaking, became an issue. And I think that we're seeing some of those concerns around trust surface again in a very clear way. And so while I would say that the concerns are not perhaps new around, again, sovereignty, autonomy, and the like, they are, I think, more pronounced, perhaps, and more frequent in terms of how they come up in our own conversations, given what is, after all, a relatively volatile geopolitical environment. And so that certainly does cause us as a company, as a major provider of services, to think hard about what we need to do to maintain trust. And trust really is the critical element here. And I had the privilege, by the way, Anke, of living in your great country for 5 years. And I learned at that time that a famous Dutch statesman in the 18th century once said that trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback, which I think is absolutely true when it was said, and certainly true now. And so we think about the fact that people will simply not use technology they don't trust, and that guides everything that we do. And so I would say that as a company, we have a high degree of responsibility to think about these issues in the right way. In relation to AI, as you say, Jenna, this is the era of AI after all. I mean, it is here. It's not new either, by the way, but it certainly is having a profound impact on every aspect of society in really very exciting ways. But again, the trust issue certainly looms large. It was 8 years ago, in fact, that Microsoft as a company decided to articulate a set of responsible AI principles that were at that time designed to govern our own conduct and make sure that as we develop and deploy AI systems, we would do so in a way that reflects privacy and security, safety and reliability, fairness, inclusiveness, ultimately transparency and accountability. But equally, we're just one company in one sector, and we don't make the rules. And so while we have our own approach to what I might describe as self-regulation, ultimately it's up to governments to make the rules and for companies like ours to follow them. So in light of the most recent, dynamics we're seeing geopolitically, we've taken some additional steps as well that perhaps get to some of the questions that Anke, I think, so effectively articulated. This is a global audience in the room and a global audience, to be sure, online. But since we're here in Europe, I would just emphasize as a reference point that we just about a month and a half ago articulated a set of European digital commitments that are very much designed, again, to get to the issues that I think are top of mind. One element of that really is making sure that we have a cloud and AI ecosystem that is broad and diverse. And we have our own infrastructure investments we make across
Europe, obviously quite a lot of investment in Netherlands for sure, but elsewhere across Europe. In fact, we've committed to increase capacity over the next couple of years in Europe by 40%, which means that over a 5-year period between 2023 and 2023 and 2027, we will have doubled our capacity in infrastructure for hyperscale cloud services and AI services across Europe, with over 200 data centers in 16 different countries. These are investments that for us reflect an appreciation of the interdependence of what we are doing together with our European partners and allies. These are data centers that are not built on wheels. They are governed by the laws of the European countries in which we operate, just as the infrastructure we have elsewhere in the world is governed by local laws, and we're not at all confused about that. Another element we've focused on with our new digital European commitments is this importance of maintaining digital resiliency, I'll say, in this era of geopolitical volatility. And so, for instance, we've committed in this context to push back, including with litigation, in the event that there might be any order from any government anywhere in the world for us to seize or suspend cloud services. And that's something that we think is especially important in today's current environment. A third element we have in our European digital commitments is really focused on making sure we're doing everything we can do to continue protecting and defending the privacy of European data. And in that connection, we actually have invested over some years now in an EU data boundary for the Microsoft Cloud that allows us to commit to our customers that their data is stored and processed within the European Union and EFTA countries as well. And we've taken also additional steps, too, in relation to sovereign controls to make sure that we are being again responsive to the sorts of things we're hearing from customers, from partners, and from government stakeholders as well. So we're doing various things in this area that we hope are going to be responsive to the concerns that are out there. But I'd also maybe just conclude by echoing the comment that Anka made, that it is natural and appropriate to focus on the challenges and the problems, but I think also the opportunity is so immense in this era of AI. And I hope in this conversation we could talk a bit more about that as well, because it's pretty exciting what is happening.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jeff. So far right now, we can hear some keywords coming up in the context of thinking, the current concentrations of cloud computing markets. We can hear that there's legitimate concerns around control of data, but at the same time around, trust in this kind of services and the service provider as well. Before I turn it over to Agustina to add a little bit, I also want to bring up the second question because of Agustina's background in that, and we can slowly easing into that part as well, because we talk a lot about dependencies on this dominant cloud providers, and based on the topics around trust and legitimate concerns around controls of sensitive data. I wonder if Agustina can shed some light on how the situations are like in Global South, and there's it's probable that some other regions are using different kinds of service providers, not necessarily just U.S.-based, but perhaps Agustina can speak to more about the situations. Second part of my transition right here is earlier Jeff mentioned about transparency and accountabilities, and that is also something that comes up a lot when different stakeholders bring up this very topic. And so leading us to question 2, if we have to explore some shared approach that government, private sectors, civil society to manage, strategic and regulatory and operational risks, like some of the ones that we just mentioned, and to hold service provider, now very prominent private cloud services like the U.S.-based companies, but there's other chances that different kinds of organizations or initiative will emerge. What are these kind of shared approach that we would want to take so that we are not losing the benefit of this kind of cloud service providing us? Because with the structure we have nowadays, we are enjoying the cloud efficiency essentially. And also, scaling globally. This is also something we're enjoying. But if we want to hold them accountable, what are some shared approaches that different stakeholders could take? So now I would like to turn it over to Agustina, and I'm so sorry if I make it overly complicated by, putting the two questions together, but I hope that you can give us some context from the perspective of Global South that will be very interesting to our audience today. Agustina, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Jenna. I will try to comprise everything. I'll start with some key points that basically are some common threads. Some were already covered both by Anka and by Jeff, and I think they just light up the main discussions we have towards service providers. And when we think about cloud services in general, there's a global concern about what's happening with this key infrastructure upon we are basing our digital ecosystem, and how we have a few dominant providers, mainly US-based companies that are in some point basically defining and shaping a little how digital landscape is going to be, with some interventions from states regarding policy and some specific aspects. But we see, especially from the Global South, that many of these laws has a lot of challenges, mainly because of the transnational thing, the transnational layer regarding both cloud and the internet, and also about the power imbalances usually these companies have when they face governments. So in cloud services and specifically, and since both Jeff and Anka talked about how relevant they are and how key they are to thinking the future of technology, this problematization is not about I think of matter of market shares on how it should be distributed among providers. It basically is how we are seeing who is taking decisions on the digital foundation of our societies. So here in Latin America, in general, we have a big dependency of this hyperscalers. We usually use mainly US providers, and that's not only for the administrative platforms that we use in governments, but it's also to where we host data, where a lot of our public policies are based on. And we cannot just take outside the picture the fact that many of the hyperscalers are don't have presence within the region. So it adds up a more complex layer on how to basically be able to regulate or in some way exercise in an active way the concept of sovereignty translated into the digital world. And since many of these are basically relying on United States frameworks because these companies are legally constituted there, this also poses a different layer of problematization into the democratic oversight that general society may execute through governments over these territories. So this, at least in Latin America, it's not only eroding our democratic construction, but it also diminishes the ability that governments have to respond into crisis, safeguard data, or even to be able to design their own independent digital policies. So we've seen, especially in Europe, that several approaches have been led within a policy like GDPR, AI Act, and the competences law market. There has been a lot of action from the state towards working in collaborations with these companies, or trying to put a digital rights framework within the development of these technologies. But still, when we are thinking it from the Global South, there's a really big imbalance, and we have a massive regulatory gap towards how to basically work with this hyperscalers, because we want to have cloud services, we want to be able to develop better technological landscapes, but there hasn't been a concrete, there's not a tool that can be possibly used to basically reclaim some kind of tools regarding this, so we can just foster progress. So I'm not going to get in depth in the problematic aspect. I think that probably a lot of our audience and people present there at IGF are quite aware what's the problem with these big tech companies in general and how they affect not only markets, but also political sovereign decisions from governments. But I think that when we think about, okay, what to do with that, which is like probably the thing we should all be trying to address more than the problems, there are some different actions that actually can be carried out in order to balance a little this power imbalance and this inequality situation. So that are, of course, like really away from just technical fixes, because it requires for governments and for every stakeholder actually to rethink the concept of sovereignty, because when we usually talk about sovereign cloud initiatives or sovereign technologies, our mind instantly goes, okay, we need to have things within our territory developed by us, and we have seen that this is not sustainable at a large scale. That it requires too much investment and a lot of human talent that is not currently available, at least during the global south countries. So we're required to basically recognize and think from the cloud as a strategic layer within the state. It's not something that comes out and it's just provided by a company for the government to be able to develop some services in a digital way. So we require from governments to think about different strategies in which you can address this ultra concentrated market. For instance, and taking some of our experience in Argentina over the past years, there is always the solution to adopt a multi-cloud architecture in order to basically not have all the public services laid out on one provider, generating a very critical situation. So in that way, when you think about different providers, not only the big ones, but also prioritizing local cloud providers, you're basically thinking about a more open standard, guaranteeing portability and interoperability from a regulatory framework. And at least this is a specific way in which basically as governments, we can rely on still using the cloud, still seizing all the opportunities and the power the cloud has in terms of innovation and of development, but with avoiding a little or not falling into the vendor lock-in, which is probably the most critical situation, not in terms of a technological problem of interoperability. The problem with lock-in relies on the fact that the government is no longer able to take an autonomous decision once you have everything deployed in one provider, because we have a lot of problems with interoperability, without moving things. So by being able only to take some kind of decision regarding how services are provided or how data is stored. So I think that keeping in mind this flexible structure helps a lot in order to be able to seize cloud services, so we don't have to sacrifice our performance while still retaining a little of autonomy in terms of how to make decisions. And I think that to encompass the strategy of the multi-cloud architectures, there is a lot of investment required in both national and regional cloud capacities in this term. So in Argentina, we did experiment a little with this. We have a telecoms provider. Arsat is a company that basically provides internet services, satellite services, and it has a data center that is able to provide at least some kind of cloud services, and we wanted it to grow a little bit. So we tried with this approach to basically foster innovation, target some specific investment within the company, working with this big service cloud providers. So our main goal with this kind of situation was to see that it is possible to think about different cloud models that not only are like entirely public or entirely private, that can actually have a blend and still maintain a little of public decision, of frameworks that actually foster accountability, transparency, and also in some way are thinking about the country's long-term sovereignty, because having a steady strategy that is rooted in some local actors also backs up into the educational ecosystem, the productive ecosystem. You are able to develop more targeted services to our local companies. So it's like a fuel to a general economy market, into a productivity model. But these models require basically to have a strong technical capacity, strong stable policy, and basically a public mandate, which was basically at least the thing we have a little more difficult within Latin America in general, because we have a not very steady political landscape to encompass thinking about how we address tech in the long term, as we are seeing that EU is more able to do so. And this is also very important, because when we think about how we can shape cloud services or digital technologies in general, this is not something that can be achieved by the state itself. So this requires to rethink how public and private sector interact among each other, how local industry, academia, and civil society is incorporated in an effective governance framework, not only one that gathers multi-stakeholders in a table, but then has only one or two stakeholders making the decisions. So that's like the third key point of this. We need to rethink how we govern technology from a regional perspective, especially now that the geopolitical aspect of tech is being like so polarized and so critical. So in this general context, we need to think a little more in a systemic way, and being able to develop not only spaces to have different voices heard, we need to have like real enforcement mechanisms. And to finish on this about what actions can we actually take, I think public procurement is a major lever here. So the decisions that are taken by government should take all these problems and these aspects into consideration. So we, as governments, we should be including in every public procurement contract things as data localization, as having open standards, as having a more transparent governance, because those are the key aspects that governments actually can tweak a little in order to have some kind of impact in a landscape that it's so big that they are not able to cover. So this is, at least especially in our region, with the power imbalances we usually face, I think that these are like part of the key things that we can actually do that are doable and are achievable. And in that way, in an indirect way, at least help a little into targeting technical independence. Because I think that the key thing with cloud services that are like, as the internet was at one point, they are the layer of every aspect of the digital ecosystem. We need to be able to permeate into that ecosystem our values of justice, of inclusion, and now more than ever, of having a collective control of what's happening there. Because that's why we kind of need to have solid infrastructures. But when we're talking about infrastructures, it's not just about thinking how efficient they are, how to make them more resilient or more secure, but we need to have a really social and democratic governance mechanism towards these infrastructures, because they are in some way becoming like a public good. So I think that this is at least one of the key issues on how we understand the cloud. What's the layers, what's the names we're going to put on them, to see what are the most effective policies and how to get basically all stakeholders engaged. Otherwise, this is always a discussion that seems to be reliant to engineers and to technicals, because the cloud is like that infrastructure that only concerns from the technical community. Whilst, as we're thinking, as you were saying, Jenna, and with AI and everything, cloud is being like the spine of all the digital ecosystem. So I think that's why we need to have a more socio-technical approach even to this, on to start thinking how we want to govern it.
Awesome. Agustina, this is perfect timing, because I was about to stop you as well, because you bring up some really key important topics into the conversations, because like you bring up about the conversation about like democracy as well. But coming back to the original questions that we start with, I think some of the really key principle as we try to think of some effective policies to deal with the situations or share approach to counter our dependency on this very concentrated cloud services that we're relying on these days. Some of the things countries been doing in Latin America, for instance, is to, for instance, diversify their ecosystems, and interoperability is also something that's important. Perhaps the audience also have their own view, depends on what you subscribe to, and I would love to hear what you think it's important for us to be a shared approach as you bring back the insights you get from this panel today back to your own role, whether you are a policymaker or just someone working in NGO, or whether you're a student or not. Because this is like a conversation where we need to have more stakeholder, but not so much only the government having control or the companies who providing the services. So I guess like that's one thing later on as we open the queue, we can continue and further the conversation right there. But one thing I really want to for us to continue and dive deeper is about the part about more diverse and perhaps secure, as well as locally accountable cloud ecosystem as well. Because based on some examples that Agustina shared with us, looks like these are some of the not only proposal, but some of the actions done by some countries or community out there. And so I wonder, as we are moving on with our conversations, what are some of the mix of, perhaps market-driven innovations, regulatory oversights, and potential public interests will be most effective in supporting this kind of development and, make the cloud ecosystem more diverse, secure, and locally accountable. Of course, we have people from private sectors and government in person with us, and we might have very different view. And perhaps we can merge a little bit with our last question as well, because now with the development of a conversation right here, I think our speaker right here also took some notes, which we can kind of consolidate so we can open the queue sooner and answer those questions too. Of course, I want to explore, what's the mix of different strategies like market-driven innovations, regulatory oversight, and potential public investment could be effective in supporting the development of more diverse, secure, and locally accountable cloud ecosystem. And, what the role should governments, industry, or different stakeholders in the room play in fostering domestic cloud innovation through whichever methodologies. I don't want to make suggestions here to limit your thoughts. And so maybe I'll pass it over to you, Anke, and then later on to Jeff, and see what's insight you guys can put it out here before we go into Q&A.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that those are a lot of questions at the same time. I think we could talk about this for days, maybe. So, but I'm trying to keep it short because I think it's also important to hear more from you, or for the people to have some time for Q&As in this hour as well. When we talk about the role of governments, what we saw and what are three keywords that I would like to express here, and those are protect, promote, and partnership. So these three words are also at the core of the DOSA agenda I talked about before. Protect is about the legislation, and it's not only about protecting users, but also to protect market parties, to create a level playing field. To promote is to stimulate innovation and the entry of new cloud providers, and to create scale. And it's only possible by partnership. As Agustina also said, it's not only governments, of course. It's a partnership of businesses, governments, and also academia who can work together. This cooperation, I think, is very important. And in Europe, we have this example of Gaia X, where this consortium of 100 companies who work together. What we also see now is a new initiative, which is called the Eurostack. Maybe some of you have heard of it. It's an idea for a European industrial policy initiative, bringing together tech, governance, and funding for Europe-focused investments to build and adopt a suite of digital infrastructure. So it's on all layers of the stack, from connectivity to cloud computing, AI and digital platforms. I think it's good to be realistic in what is feasible, but it's an interesting idea. And what we see is that the concerns we had in the Dutch cloud market are not unique. So they are in more member states of the European Union. So it's important to work together. And I think maybe to address at a point that Jeff is making, and maybe it's over to you then, I think it's also good to look at the chances, not only at the concerns, but to look at all the possibilities there are for in the digital sector and what it brings to the economy, what it brings to society as a whole as well. So let's find a balance in this discussion to look at both sides and to make them reinforce each other. Thank you.
Jeff, do you have any responses?
Happy to pick up off Anke's comment and also maybe respond to some of the things that Augustina said in her helpful intervention. One, maybe to focus on the positive in relation to what can be achieved through hyperscale cloud services, say from Microsoft, in relation to important things around cybersecurity, for one thing, as well as innovation, I think, for another. And thinking about cybersecurity, which is indeed top of mind or needs to be for all of us, we do have the ability to invest at scale, excuse me, in a way that does exceed what not just other companies might do, but even governments in some cases. And so, for instance, every day we have the ability to aggregate about 77 trillion different signals from our cloud services in a way that allows us to understand how the threat environment is evolving and therefore guard against cyber attacks and threats even before they eventuate. And that's something that we want to make sure we do in partnership with government stakeholders as well through sharing threat intelligence and that sort of thing. I'd also maybe pick up on the question in relation to data residency as that relates to sovereignty and the sense people have of needing the right level of control. Because I think people do think and talk about sovereignty in different ways. And one example, perhaps, to illustrate this point with, I would offer, is Ukraine. Because all of us remember when the kinetic war began in Ukraine over 3 years ago, in February 24th of 2022. But in fact, the first shots were fired online. In fact, there were cyber attacks from Russia-based nation-state actors effectively targeting Ukraine's digital infrastructure as well as critical infrastructure controlled by private companies that Microsoft detected and was allowed to, working with the Ukrainians and with President Zelensky's office directly to guard against effectively. At the time of this cyber attack and then kinetic attack, Ukraine had on its books a law that required government data to be stored within the borders of Ukraine. They suspended that law, and that allowed Microsoft and some other companies to actually migrate their data from Ukraine across our own infrastructure in the European Union, paradoxically perhaps giving them data sovereignty by dispersing their digital assets across Europe. And in fact, it was not surprising that among the first buildings to be hit by Russian missiles and tanks were Ukrainian government data centers. And so it's worth thinking about that in relation to this broader topic of sovereignty, perhaps, I would say. Equally, I think it is helpful to think about this new economy that's developing around AI, this era of AI, because indeed there is this new technology stack that has developed. And there are three fundamental layers to the stack. One is infrastructure, The second layer is around models, foundation models themselves. And the third is around applications. And ultimately, of course, it goes to end users. I do think this conversation today, and maybe more generally, often tends to focus perhaps undue attention on the infrastructure layer at the expense of everything else. And of course, it's critical. The infrastructure is absolutely critical naturally. As I mentioned, we as a company have built immense infrastructure across Europe, around the world, precisely to make sure that we can be now, as we always have been, an open platform company on which others can innovate and grow. It may well be the case that governments across Europe, around the world, Latin America perhaps, decide to invest public resources in their own infrastructure, and that's, of course, their prerogative. We might have a point of view about whether that's the right use of resources given what's already built, but we don't have a vote. That's quite clear. But I think if you focus so wholly on the infrastructure layer, you overlook the innovation that's happening at the model layer and the application layer. And that's what really is so exciting today, because there's so much that is happening around the creation of foundation models, large or small, that can run on hyperscale cloud services infrastructure, including that provided by Microsoft. And here we are in Europe, and even taking just two examples of French companies, Mistral AI, that people may have heard about, Hugging Face, are two French champions that actually operate not just on Microsoft infrastructure, but others as well, but doing immensely exciting things at the model layer for the benefit of communities across Europe, across France, across Europe, around the world. And ultimately, of course, applications also are proliferating at immense speed, because the innovation opportunity for people, individual entrepreneurs, small companies, the largest enterprises, is absolutely immense. And so people shouldn't overlook how much can be done, is being done, including for the benefit of communities across the global north and the global south. And in fact, I had the benefit, even over the past year, of spending some time in Africa. I was visiting Kenya and Egypt and Nigeria, Tanzania, Rwanda. And in all of these different markets, I had the ability to meet with some people who are doing amazing things at the foundation model layer and at the application layer. So we shouldn't lose sight of that. And the last thing I would say, of course, is that it's incumbent on a company like Microsoft to make sure that as we have this infrastructure we've built, it needs to be open and accessible. And indeed, one of our core European digital commitments builds upon an announcement we made about a year and a half ago around our AI access principles. And that's really all about making sure that as a company, again, we are providing open access to those who want to use the infrastructure in a way that benefits people more broadly.
Thanks, Jeff. It's interesting that I've been hearing all the remarks from all our speakers, and I realized how the recent geopolitical and atmosphere bring us back to the very conversation and discuss about how we deal with infrastructure. The internet today is very different from what the tech people imagined the internet could have been decades ago. I was not born yet, so I don't know what exactly it is. We only have 4 minutes left, so it's really the time for you guys to talk about what really matters to you. It's time for speak for yourself and what makes sense for any kinds of stakeholders, government, sectors, private sectors, or yourself, civil society to do. Because this is the critical moment where exactly we bring us back to the conversation around, market concentrations, and we talked about infrastructure exactly, and how do you guys see it? Do we have any online questions? We have one on site. Amazing.
Test. Yeah, you guys can hear me? Sorry, it's so confusing when you can't hear yourself. So thank you so much for the wide-ranging conversation. My name is Corinne Kat. I am the head of Team Digital at Human Rights NGO Article 19, and also a recovering postdoc who wrote their work on the political economy of cloud. And the question that I had, especially for Jeff Bullwinkle, was around the notion of the sovereign cloud, which I know has come up quite often, and I'm in that sense quite tied into the debates in the Netherlands, which is where I'm originally from and was part of the I guess the group of people who vocally pushed back and saw some real dangers with, especially the Dutch government, moving to a cloud that we don't fully control. And I was wondering if you could give your assessment of where the debate stands now, as I've obviously read European commitments, but it's still unclear to me how that would preclude Microsoft from being beholden to the Cloud Act, the US Cloud Act. And I was wondering what you could say and what further information you could give about that. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. And again, I think this concern about sovereignty, autonomy, as I mentioned, really is not new, but it is pronounced. And it's coming up in a more, I think, focused way, given the again, somewhat volatile geopolitics of it. We have for a long time been focused on trying to build a public cloud that is sovereign by design, effectively. And we actually enhanced that recently with an announcement that was made just last week. In fact, in your home country, your country of origin, when our CEO, Satya Nadella, was in Amsterdam for a major event, and he gave a talk in which he announced a new approach to sovereign cloud in Europe in the context of these broader European digital commitments that I mentioned earlier. And he described a couple of different approaches. One, a sovereign public cloud, which has various elements of control to it. And secondly, a sovereign private cloud, which is designed really for customers, and perhaps it could be the Dutch government as one such customer that has a particular set of needs that are very specialized, where you want to have absolute autarky, autonomy, disconnectedness, separate and apart from the global internet. That's certainly something we can provide as well, and have announced as part of this broader effort around sovereignty. So we understand the nature of the challenge, I would say. In this announcement also that Satya made, he emphasized as well the critical role that our European partner companies play, including in the Netherlands, but also across Europe. And we do, in fact, do a lot of work already with various European companies in the context of our broader cloud services, with a focus on value-add services they can provide that often do focus on sovereignty considerations. One such company is, Leonardo in Italy. Proximus in Belgium, Telefonica in Spain. There are various companies out there we work with quite closely, and will work with more with a focus on sovereignty. In connection with the Cloud Act, and this really gets to this question of U.S. government access to data, as I say, this is nothing new. It goes back to Edward Snowden, 12 or so years ago. There are lots of things that we have done as a company to make sure that we guard against the risk of intrusive access to data that really is it belongs to our European customers first and foremost. And so Microsoft's view is now, always has been, that first of all, it is our customers' data, not our data. And so as and when we have a request for access, we actually committed some years ago already to defend against that access request for data, up to and including litigation with the U.S. government, even in the Supreme Court. And we actually have a strong track record of doing just that. And the last point I guess I would make as well is that in the context of cloud services today, most European companies in this space also themselves have global aspirations. And therefore also, much like Microsoft or another U.S. headquartered company, will be susceptible to a jurisdiction in the same sort of way. And so I think the question really for all of us is, what kinds of steps can a company with global aspirations take that will be effective? But make no mistake, we are very mindful of the fact that as a company, we are investing in Europe, for Europe, with our European customers and partners and government stakeholders in mind, and in a way that will protect their data against improper access. And that, by the way, goes also for our services around the world, I would say.
Awesome. Since we are over time, I will intentionally not allow our speaker to do any remarks, because on this very topic, digital autonomy, it is a topic that we should ask to every single one of you who are in there, because you can see, today on this panel we have prominent voices from the government, from the private sectors, but at the end of the day, it's also related to the people, and each and every one of us are the one who should answer those questions. And on this very topic, it's hard for us to leave the terms sovereignty, and it is a slippery slope sometimes. So how should we approach it? What makes sense to you, and what should we do? perhaps that's something and a question that you can bring home and continue the conversation elsewhere. I think that concludes our conversation here today. Thank you so much for being with us.